52-game season, every team goes through rough stretches. They're not easy to take, and the hope is to simply end it. But every day is a new day in baseball, and the Birds are back home. They say the night is always darkest before the dawn, and the sun is about to rise on Camden Yards. It's the Orioles on Masson on a humid night in downtown Baltimore. It's the Orioles and the Toronto Blue Jays. Tonight it's the opener of a three-game weekend series. And this game will start in the delay. Storms in the area. The tarp was on the field, but the tarp now being rolled away by the grounds crew. And we should have baseball at the bottom of the hour. And hi, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Jim Hunter, and oh, are the Orioles happy to be home. The Birds just came off a 1-6 road trip, a frustrating trip. Every loss on that trip, all six, were by one run. So a play here, a play there could have been different, but they are back home where they can get well in a hurry. The Orioles have won 6 consecutive games at Camden Yards, and they have dominated their early home schedule. When you look at the numbers, they are the best in baseball at home. 13-3 overall. They are 10th in batting, 13th in home runs with 19, but on the road trip, that was one good thing. The home run bats did come around. 4th in runs scored at home, but the pitching, and that's the story. The pitching struggled a bit on the road trip, but here at Camden Yards, second in the American League at 3.04, and they have allowed the fewest home runs, only 15 here at Oriole Park. And Mike Bordick, when you look at this team, one of the strengths is the ability to turn the page, the resiliency. Well, if you're going to turn the page, it's following a 1-6 road trip.
You got that right. And all those one-run ball games, wow, they must have taken that personally. They should have. They know they play so well here at Camden Yards, and it should put a smile on their faces. 13 wins here at their home ballpark. A lot of things. Good karma, I guess, here at Camden Yards, where even the pitching pitches better in their home ballpark. And this is a hitter-friendly yard for sure. The Orioles offense has really started to turn it on. They were averaging up close to 6 runs per game on the road. You mentioned the home runs they're hitting. Crush Davis certainly heating up. 5 home runs in his last 5 games. But this Blue Jays team is kind of heated up as well. They had 28 home runs in the month of May, so the Orioles better be on top of their game here at Camden Yards.
Well, the Orioles back in the division for the weekend, and as you mentioned, the Blue Jays are playing better. However, back in the division, the Orioles have played very well up to this point within the AL East, so maybe that page continues.
You hope so. You know, you raise the bar. Obviously, they started the season off playing most of their games in the month of April against American League East and played very well. Ended up the month in first place, but still kind of trying to get things going, everything working together as a team. They had a nice run to start the month of May off with 5 consecutive wins, and it looked like the team was really starting to come together, and of course the wheels fall off. So they're looking for a great start tonight from Chris Tillman. You know, he's had an up and down road here. First 2 starts, last start only lasting the 4 1/3, and he threw over 100 pitches. So he certainly has to be more efficient. This Blue Jay offense, like we talked about, is heating up a little bit. So Tillman's got to be on his game. He's got all 4 pitches right now. His fastball velocity isn't up. It's a little down, and I think that's why you're seeing him go to all 4 pitches, mixing them up pretty consistently.
And despite a 1-6 road trip, Mike, the Orioles are still in second place and still very much a factor, trailing the Yankees by just a game and a half. So you have a good weekend, and everybody's feeling better about it. And you look up, you may be atop the division.
Yeah, listen, 15 of the next 18 games here at home. The Orioles could really make some hay here. Hey, take a look. American League East versus the own division. The Orioles 15-9 with that +7 run differential. The Blue Jays down at the bottom, only 8-14. So the Orioles have got to play well here against the Blue Jays, create that separation within the division, and certainly pick their confidence back up.
So the Orioles and the Blue Jays, we will start about 7:30. That's what we're told as the grounds crew gets that field ready. Chris Tillman to make his 3rd start as the O's look to turn it around at home. yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Some interesting clouds overhead downtown. Here's our BGE Home game time temperature. BGE Home is Baltimore's home team for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Why would you call anyone else? Well, 81 degrees. It was mid-90s today. Winds out of the west-southwest at 8, but that humidity is still way up there at 82% under mostly cloudy skies. So the Orioles welcome in the Blue Jays. Birds are happy to be back home. And here's the Toronto lineup. Carrera will lead off. Jose Bautista in the number 2 spot. Now, Bautista comes in on a tear for him, but you see the numbers against the Orioles this year. He has struggled. Morales, Smoke, and Travis with Goins at short. Then Barney Alford making his big league debut, and Luke Maile will catch him bat ninth.
Yeah, let's take a look at Chris Tillman's scouting report. Set the home tone. Yeah, for sure. Orioles playing well here in their home park. 13-3 to start 2017, and they have 15 of the next 18 here at home. Chris Tillman, the ace of the staff, looking to set the tone right here at Camden Yards. 4-pitch mix. I say that because he's using all 4 about equally. Last year, his fastball percentage was up around 50%. Right now, it's down a little bit in the 30s, using the slider much more. Still trying to find a feel, I think, for that fastball. See the numbers 2.89. Short outing in his last start, just 4 1/3. So he definitely needs to get a little deeper into the ball game. Common theme with the Orioles starters this year. Opponent's hitting 289 off Tillman. Hasn't given up a long ball, though, in his first 2 starts of the year.
Well, Tillman, he said after his last start, which was last Saturday in Kansas City, he was really disappointed with the lack of fastball command, because as you mentioned in our open, when you have fastball command, it sets up the other pitches. He needs it just as much as any other pitcher.
Oh, if not more, because he really does have a nice slider work, and last year kind of developed the cutter. It's kind of morphed into more of the slider pitch, but you can play that pitch off the fastball, and he has a great 4-seam changeup as well. It's got to be able to throw the heater for strikes.
There's Roger McDowell, the Orioles pitching coach, who watched his staff have a tough road trip. Here's Ezekiel Carrera, who's in center field. Kevin Pillar continuing to serve his suspension, and that one runs way inside and all the way back to the screen. So on the first pitch, it sails past Castillo.
Yeah, setting up down and away and just yanking it across the plate, almost catching a piece of Carrera.
You see the breeze, it's blowing out towards right center field, right towards Utah Street. And ball 2 outside. The rain delay, by the way, 29 minutes officially. And the grounds crew has put the tarp away, so we expect no more interruptions. As you see, there are some ominous looking clouds overhead. And there's a high strike, so generous call, 2-1. Tillman won in his season debut. That was on May the 7th against the White Sox. In that game, he lasted only 5 innings because of the high pitch count, 93 pitches to get through 5. And last Saturday in Kansas City, 105 pitches, and he didn't get through the 5th. He was taken out after 4 1/3.
Yeah, not very pitch efficient at all. A lot of these 3-1, 3-2 counts from Chris Tillman. To get some early contact, but once again, you got to be able to throw the fastball for strikes to get the early swings.
There's a comebacker to Tillman. He fields his position well, and he gets Carrera 1 down.
A nice comeback right there for Chris Tillman, fielding his own position. Let's take a look at the rest of the O's defense. Kim getting the start in left field. He joined with Adam Jones and Trumbo in the outfield. Hardy and Scope will turn 2 up the middle. Chotto and Davis once again on the corners, and Castillo doing the catching.
So you may have heard the Oriole fans' reaction to the hitter walking to the plate, so you knew it was Jose Bautista. As the Boo Birds are out, you see his average 216, but in his last 10 games, Mike, 13 for 35. That is a 371 clip. So he has that batting average above 200 and swings through at 0-1.
Yeah, he's starting to feel pretty good at the plate. When Bautista locks in, he'll see a lot of pitches. He's not afraid to take his walks. And now squaring up some baseballs and some homers here in the month of May.
Line drive to right. There's a base hit. So Bautista, who does use right field more than you think, gets on with a 1-out single.
A pretty good piece of hitting right there by Bautista. You expect the power hitters to think about hitting homers, but there are times Bautista so familiar with his swing. If he feels like he's getting beat, he'll use right field for sure.
Tillman now goes to work on Kendrys Morales, the Toronto DH. Well, what a pickup to get Morales after Encarnacion left and went to Cleveland. You see 7 home runs and 23 RBIs. So he has, without a doubt, helped the offensive attack. And he's also a switch hitter, so he can play every day. And the foul back. Our StatCast is brought to you by Amazon Web Services, and there's the shift.
Yeah, Orioles shifting over. And of course, on Morales, much a dead pole hitter. The Orioles shallowing up, staying on that infield dirt to turn 2. J.J. Hardy, the pivot man for everybody on the infield.
See how Morales also likes to spray the ball around. And the 0-1 is outside. That one sailed on Tillman. So we're seeing early on here, the first 3 batters, some real good looking pitches and some pitches that are sailing and not even close to the strike zone.
Yeah, I think Chris Tillman's still trying to sync up, you know, the timing with the body, get the feel for the release point out front. Of course, missed all of spring training on the DL.
There's a bouncer foul.
Pretty good breaking ball right there, outside corner, keeps it down in the zone. Morales loves hitting here, of course, at Camden Yards. He can do some damage with the bat. Be careful to and execute the pitches properly. You saw on the last road trip, it wasn't necessarily about pitch selection, just about execution of the pitches.
Ahead of Morales, 1-2. Slice to left center field. That ball is going to be run down by Hyun-Soo Kim. Nicely done. What an angle he took. That looked like it was going to be a gapper, and he took an exact angle and got to it for the out. 2 away.
Yeah, perfect. And Adam Jones letting him have it. Typically, Adam's right over there on the ball, with the ball cutting back to Hyun-Soo Kim. Nice read. Very direct pursuit angle from Kim. Concentration right there. Good play. Start this game off.
So Kim runs it down, takes away a possible base hit and an RBI. And here is Justin Smoke, and he is having some kind of a breakthrough year. You see the numbers: 289 home runs and 27 RBIs. Last year he had 34 RBIs for the entire season with Toronto. And the breaking ball just misses outside.
Well, it seems like for years teams have been waiting on Justin Smoke to really come alive and come into his own, and this team has really asked him to step up, take more of a leadership role this year. He's been around the game plenty long enough, and it's all that hard work starting to pay off, getting locked in at the dish.
And a good eye, and that's what is the result sometimes, Mike. A guy gets on a roll and all of a sudden he becomes selective, and he lets those real good pitches go by, and he gets ahead in the count.
Well, you see it time and time again. You see Justin Smoke last 4 games, that .455 batting average with the 3 home runs. So yeah, he's seeing the ball well. When we talk about hitters seeing the ball well, very limited movement in the box. They trust their eyes and they trust their hands and let the ball travel.
Ball 3 down and away.
You hear time and time again in the game of baseball, try less, and it shows up on a nightly basis in the batter's box. Hitters back legging things, getting too big, trying to hit the ball 500 feet instead of trusting the ability that they've had their whole lives, really, just to see the ball and trust that bat speed and the directness of the bat to the ball.
3-0 is right there, 3-1. But Tillman in his career has struggled against the Jays, 5-10 overall. However, last year in 4 starts, he was 1-0 with 3 no decisions. So for whatever reason, last year he figured it out against this Toronto team. A Toronto playoff team last year played the Orioles in the wild card game. 3-1 on Smoke. Bautista's on at first, and it's popped up shallow left. Manny goes out. Here comes Kim. Kim calls him off, and he's got it. So Tillman works around that 1-out single. We'll enter the bottom of the first. Toronto nothing, and here come the Birds. A lot of youngsters here tonight on this Friday night. The Birds are finally back home and the family's out enjoying Orioles baseball. And here's the Orioles lineup brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Jonathan Schoop. Yes, Jonathan Schoop in that leadoff spot. Only the second time in his career that he has batted leadoff. Jones, Machado, and Davis with Trumbo in right. Castillo, Mancini DHing Kim and Hardy.
And let's take a look at Aaron Sanchez's scouting report. Yep, finger it out. Are you kidding me? 2 stints on the disabled list because of his index finger. Yeah, he got a blister on his finger back on April 14th and DL'd again for a split nail on the same finger. 2 DL stints. Got the 3-pitch mix. Yeah, good fastball, curveball, change combination, but the power sinker is his key. Last year, over 60% ground ball rate to right-handed hitters to lead all of baseball. 2.95 start the season. He's made 4 starts, so still pretty fresh arm for the Blue Jays.
And Schoop will take high 1-0. Well, with Seth Smith unable to start tonight because of that foul ball that bounced up and hit him in the face yesterday in Detroit, if you said to Buck Showalter, well, why Schoop in the leadoff spot, Buck would likely say, well, if not him, who? So you look at the numbers for their Seth on the bench, talking with Wade Miley. Jonathan against Sanchez is 9 for 21. That's a 429 clip. So put him up there at the top, get him in there right in the first inning, and he goes right against a guy he's had some success off.
Absolutely. Yeah, Buck has kind of bought in to the new age rule, the sabermetric rule. Put your best hitters at the top, and Schoop has certainly had a lot of success off Sanchez.
3-1. Jonathan Schoop has 1 home run in his career against Aaron Sanchez, and here it is at Rogers Center.
Yeah, big day, April 14th. Few the Orioles got to Sanchez. Jonathan Schoop sticking one over the wall at the Rogers Center.
He got a smile out of Manny.
Yeah.
Jonathan also, as of late, is really working the count. He's ahead here, 3-1. Check swing, and it's low. They appeal. He didn't go. Now there's your leadoff hitter. He draws a leadoff walk. How about that?
Yeah, nice take right there from Jonathan Schoop. Let's take a look at the Jays defense behind Alex Sanchez. Alford, that rookie, just called up, getting the start in left field. Some pretty impressive minor league numbers. Carrera in center, Batista over in right. Goins and Travis will turn 2 up the middle. Yeah, a lot of DL'd Blue Jays. Barney and Smoke on the corners, and Maley doing the catching.
Here's Adam Jones, whose bat is heating up. He had a base hit in every game on the road trip, so he brings that 7-game hitting streak into tonight's game. And Sanchez immediately has to go to the stretch. Slicing foul down the right side.
How about Adam Jones? The numbers this season off of right-handed pitching, 5 of his 6 home runs. Yeah, getting the big balls. Sanchez will give him some fastballs. 95, that first pitch that Adam fouled off. The 7-game hit streak going, 324 with a couple homers.
0-1 with Schoop at first. And a perfect pitch on the outside corner, 0-2.
A 2-seam fastball. What's so impressive about that? Of course, the great movement, but how he's able to hold that velocity. Pitching coach Pete Walker looking on. There is some concern with a couple of stints on the disabled list, but won't be too concerned after a 96-mile-an-hour backdoor 2-seamer.
Gets ahead of Adam, 0-2. And he popped him up. A mile high. Smoke is taking charge. And a fair territory has it for the out, 1 down. So Sanchez gets ahead of Adam Jones, gets him to pop up for the first out. And Manny Machado walking to the plate. He was given yesterday off to rest the sore right index finger, although he was kidding with the reporters before the game today, and he said, yeah, I was benched. I was benched in that game in Detroit.
Well, maybe he was. You know, I think some of these guys need a day every now and then. That's a tough road trip as well, just to rest the mind a little bit.
Fouls it back. And because it was a day game yesterday, day game after a night game on the getaway day, so he played Wednesday night. Didn't play at all yesterday, so it's almost like 2 full days by the time he takes the field here tonight. See his numbers against Toronto. He is 6 for 27 against Sanchez, so Sanchez has had the better of this matchup. Scope at first with 1 down. High fly ball to center field. That'll chase Carrera back. He's got to play. And Ezekiel runs it down for the out. Scope will get back to first and 2 down.
Pretty good swing right there by Manny Machado. You get the crusher coming up here. Take a look at the Maryland Live Casino inside the numbers. Yeah, crushing it like it's 2013. Of course, that historic 53 home run year back in 2013. And Chris Davis coming pretty close to matching it. How about the numbers? 14 and a half at bats per home run this season for Davis. And only 2.43 strikeouts per at bat. And Crusher kind of locking in. He's gotten hot. It was a slow start to the season. Now he's starting to use that Crusher strength. All fields. The big balls.
And batting against the shift.
I see the on base percentage as well. Very close. Of course, everybody stays away from Davis. Most times, probably get himself out when he's hot. They try to pitch around him. High on base percentage, over 400 back in 2013.
And ball 2, and that's what we've seen from Chris Davis, especially on the road trip, being patient. There you see the shift. Goins, the shortstop, stays on the shortstop side. Barney's the third baseman today. He's shading up the middle. And there's Devin Travis out there in right field with Smoke holding the bag. Aaron Sanchez, 24 years old, out of Barstow, California. John Gibbons is skipper. Slice foul back out of play, 2-1. Now Davis went into the finale in Kansas City without a multi-RBI game on the year, just last Sunday. And he did have a couple of RBIs in that game. He's now had 3 multi-RBI games in his last 4 games. So you could see the production. That's what they need out of Chris Davis. It's run production.
You got that
starting
right.
to come around.
Absolutely. And the fact that there are guys getting on base in front of him. You know, I think the Orioles, seems like here this season, they've been great with runners in scoring position, but not a lot of opportunities.
Ooh, high strike. So 2-2. Well, Mills called one for Tillman in the first inning up there, and he gives one back to Aaron Sanchez. Jerry Mills, the crew chief, at the plate tonight. Well, 2-2. Scope a leadoff walk. He's at first with 2 down. Breaking ball froze him, and he gets the called strike 3. Sanchez works around that leadoff walk. Scope is left stranded. We head to the second at Camden Yards. No score. Of the Blue Jays, they got off to an 8-17 start in the month of April, now trying to turn it around.
Yeah, they've scuffled a little bit, obviously, just decimated with injuries, and you see their American League rank in most categories. It's the reason why they're in last place in the American League East. But they have started to pick it up a little bit, playing much better, starting to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Actually, in the month of May, 28 home runs, which is first in the American League, even ahead of the Orioles, believe it or not. Orioles only 25 home runs this month. So slowly but surely, the Blue Jays trying to make themselves relevant, but it's been hard. I mean, there's so many guys on the disabled list, and I'm talking frontline guys. Their catcher, Russell Martin, DL. Third baseman, Josh Donaldson, former MVP, DL. Tulowitzki, DL. My gosh, the list goes on and on.
And a strike taken by Devin Travis, the second baseman. Goins and Barney will follow. Travis has a 4-game hitting streak going, and that has that batting average finally above 200. 8 for his last 15. Breaking ball for a strike. So fastball, curveball, and it's 0-2 on the Toronto second baseman. The Orioles starters are 12th in the 15-team American League in starting ERA, 4.54. There's Kevin Gausman, Dylan Bundy, and Wade Miley watching the game. And in the last 7 games during this tough stretch on the road, the starters only 2 decisions. They went 0-2 with 5 no decisions. Kevin Gausman owns the last win on this staff. That was May 8th against the Nationals. Kevin works tomorrow. Breaking ball bounced to Manny, backs up to play the hop, and he gets it there just ahead of the hustling Travis, and 1 down here in the second. Well, don't forget, after Sunday's home game against the Jays, it is time for Kids Run the Bases, presented by Wise Markets. You can watch your kids' big league dreams come true, as all fans ages 4 to 14 and Mike Bordick can run the Oriole Park bases just like their favorite birds. For tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD.
I don't think I could make it around the bases, but I know that young lady could for sure.
He could.
Yeah.
At his sister.
He wants to right now.
Yeah, they could make it. I know I couldn't. Here's Ryan Goins. He is in a real tough slump right now. 0 for his last 21.
Yeah, Goins getting a lot of playing time right now, and actually got that batting average up over 200, and was starting to get productive for this team. But you know, the role players, there's a reason why sometimes. Yeah, Ryan Goins can pick it and probably play every day defensively in the major leagues, but the bat just not quite there. Well, it hasn't been the last couple of years. Anytime he gets an opportunity, kind of scuffles along.
Tillman behind 2-0, and there's a called strike. And you see the breeze is blowing just slightly towards right center field. It actually has turned into a very pleasant evening after a little bit of rain. Neither team hit on the field in batting practice. It was set up for BP, and then the ground crew had to break it down. Ooh, just missed. 3-1.
Nice try right there. Backdoor cutter. 86 miles an hour. Throws it hard. I hope the lefty will give up on that. Catch the edge. Just missing there.
Now 3-1 on Goins. Someone allowed a hit in the first, but no runs. He'll be back out of play in the lower bowl. And the count goes full 3-2. One thing that Tillman does, and Mike, you mentioned it, is for the most part keep the ball in the ballpark. 0 home runs in his first 2 starts, and that's what really hurt the Orioles on the road trip. The long balls that got the opposition either back in the game or gave them the lead. And the payoff pitch is swung on and missed. He comes back to get him. Fell behind 3-1, and he gets Goins for his first strikeout.
How about that? Good fastball from Chris Tillman, 92 miles an hour. We talked about Tillman mixing it up with all 4, but he's been aggressive with the heater, cutting that one loose. Fastball challenging him. 3-2 count. Down he goes.
So Tillman gets his first strikeout as Goins goes back to the bench. And here's Darwin Barney with 2 outs and nobody on. And a strike. Tillman gets ahead. Barney is also scuffling. 0 for his last 9, 1 for his last 19, 3 for his last 23. And yet, with several hitters slumping, the Blue Jays playing probably their best ball of the year as a team. I mean, they've won 6 of 9, and they've gone 12 and 7, 5 above 500 in their last 19 games.
A couple of role players they're counting on here to fill in for Tulowitzki, Josh Donaldson. Certainly not the same type of production.
And they're both struggling at the same time. 0-2, 2 outs and the base is empty. Barney fouls it back. Foul balls have always plagued Chris Tillman. The hitter's ability to fight off those good pitchers' pitches and prolong the at-bats.
Steady diet of pitches up at the top of the zone, and Barney offering at them. Can expand up at the top.
And he got him. Down on strikes goes Barney, and Tillman has a 3-up, 3-down inning. The last 2 by strikeout. So Tillman settling in mid-second. Tillman gets the K to end it. Joanne Pennington of Millersville has won $500 for being selected and will win $500 more for every Orioles home run hit in the game tonight. You can play Home Run Rich's scratch-offs and win up to $50,000 or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to be the contestant of the game. Visit mdlottery.com/homerun. Aaron Sanchez back to work. Sanchez usually a workhorse, but Mike talked about the problems he's been having with first a blister and then the nail on the mid finger on his pitching hand, the right hand. He has pitched less than 6 innings in 3 of his 4 starts, including 1 where he left after an inning. Last year, the entire season at 30 starts, he had only 5 games in which he pitched less than 6 innings. So it obviously has affected him early on. Here's Trumbo, Castillo, and Mancini will follow. Trumbo at 242. He went 9 for 31 on the road trip with a couple of home runs. Takes it low, ball 2, 2-0. Sanchez tonight his 100th career major league appearance. And it's his 46th career start.
Yeah, he was brought up the old school way.
And as Mike Porter talked about earlier, use right field, you find fortunes. And there's a base hit for Trumbo.
A pretty impressive piece of hitting right there. Trumbo's so good at the top of the zone this year. This is a good fastball that he shoots to right field. But take a look at the bat path. Hands up high. Little pushback, but it stays flat through the zone. That's awesome right there. What a swing by Trumbo. Very controlled. The big man.
And here is a hot hitter, Wellington Castillo. 7-game hitting streak, and he's driven in a run in 4 consecutive games.
That's what cheese at the knees looks like right there. 95 miles an hour. 2-seam action, bottom of the zone. Really Sanchez's bread and butter pitch.
And he takes low, 1-1. As Castillo went on the disabled list on May the 2nd. Came off the DL in Detroit. So he's got a 7-game hitting streak going that has taken him 3 weeks to put together. The hitting streak started April 23rd in Boston. Popped up foul wide of first. Smoke is over. Appears to have a play. And he does, just in front of the grandstand. So Castillo's retired and one away here in the second. Well, head to head, Orioles and Blue Jays, of course, we know how important these head to heads are. Last year, Toronto won the season series 10-9, so they hosted the wild card game, and here are the numbers against each other this year.
Yeah, Orioles definitely an advantage, even though the Blue Jays leading in a couple different categories, the batting average, of course, the singles. But how about the extra base hits and home runs for the Orioles? You want to slug, they can slug. They're just pounding out doubles and home runs against this Blue Jays team, and that has been the difference maker thus far.
Trey Mancini now getting yet another start. And he fouls it off, 0-1. It appears that his bat has won him everyday status. He's played quite a bit in left field. He started yesterday in left field against Jordan Zimmerman, a right-handed pitcher. He's DHing tonight with Seth Smith unavailable. Hyun-Soo Kim getting a start in left field, so Trumbo's playing in right.
Yeah, I think the bat certainly something to do with that.
And that ball, I think, hit his bat. Mancini says it hit him.
Back of the hand, and then it caught a piece of melee.
And Jerry Meals says, okay, it hit you. And now John Gibbons is going to come out and say, wait a minute, what are you doing? Oh, it definitely hit him. He tried to check his swing.
Yeah, that two-seamer riding hard in. Catching a piece of that right hand, the top hand.
And Gibbons doesn't appear to concur with the explanation as he walks away. But once he sees the video, he'll see that Jerry Mills did make the right call. But what I'm sure Gibbons is confused about is initially it looked like Mills called it foul.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then Trey kind of talked him into it. So it turns it right over.
But he did get the call right.
And now Sanchez in trouble here.
Hyun-Soo Kim has had just 12 at-bats in the month of May. He's gone 2 for 12. Ball one outside. Kim started last Sunday, and that was his first start since May the 5th, which was the first game of the White Sox series on the last homestand. And Mancini with his bat earning more and more playing time. Ball two outside.
Yeah, I was going to finish up on Mancini. His bat's been great, but I think the real reason he's getting more playing time is starting to earn the trust of Buck Showalter defensively. He's made some great plays in the outfield. Certainly not a liability. Why not put him out there with the bat as well?
And the more experience he gets, the better he's going to get. So Sanchez in a jam here. First and second, one down, and 2-0 on Hyun-Soo Kim. Those trying to get an early lead. It's a fastball by him, 2-1.
Boy, tough to get on top of that 95-mile-an-hour fastball unless you're Mark Trumbo. The two-seamer, 95. Bat head just dips a little bit. It's going to get you.
Look at this outfield defense. Carrera in center, shallow and towards the gap. Look at all that room in right center field and down the right field line.
I don't think he can turn on him.
There's a soft line drive. That's going to fall for a base hit. Bobby Dickerson's going to hold Trumbo. Bautista has a real good arm. So Dickerson puts on the stop sign, and the Orioles have the bases loaded with one down.
And once again, Hyun-Soo Kim just getting it done, finding a way. You're supposed to do fight through. Breaking ball right here. He takes it right off the knuckles. He nestles out there behind Travis. And a nice hold by Bobby Dickerson. Take a look at the swing right here. Gets that front foot down. And the breaking ball working inside on him. Swing looks good. There's a way base hit. Nice job by Hyun-Soo Kim. And a good hold by Dickerson. Batista's arm is back for sure out in right field. Last year, it was hurting him a little bit. He's throwing some seeds out there now.
Yeah, he also already has 4 outfield assists. So he has a strong arm, and it's been accurate. Here's JJ. Bases loaded, one down. Good cut. He fouled it back.
Well, there are a few Orioles that had some success off Sanchez back on April 14th. Then Hardy, one of the Oriole boppers. Bomb off Sanchez.
And JJ then waited until Detroit the other day to hit a second home run. He had that long drought in between. Line drive, that's going to fall, base hit. Here's Trumbo to score. Mancini's going to be held. Carrera got to it quickly. So JJ comes through, an RBI single, and a 1-0 Orioles lead.
Well, they're passing the baton right now. Some good at-bats coming through, and the hit by pitch. Trey Mancini taking one off the right hand helps this inning quite a bit. JJ Hardy staying on the baseball. Fastball leaking back over that inner third. JJ not trying to do too much. Stay inside. He's a big part of the baseball field. That's a clean single to center. Now Carrera, though, cuts that distance down. Bobby Dickerson forced to put the brakes on again over at third.
Hardy picks up his 14th ribby. Pete Walker, the pitching coach, out to the mound. So 4 of the 5 batters this inning has reached. Up to 29 pitches. He threw 15 pitches in the first inning, so 14 this inning. And the lineup turns over against Sanchez. Jonathan Scope drew a leadoff walk in the first, was left stranded. Jonathan has a 2-game hitting streak going. He had 6 hits on the trip, but 3 of those hits came in those final 2 games in Detroit. Mancini, Kim, and Hardy third to first. On 1 on the swing and the miss.
A tough spot right there. Fastball up and in, 95 miles an hour. Textbook execution there.
They are giving Scope the left center gap. 1-1. Jonathan has gone 74 at-bats without a home run. His last home run was April the 24th. Smoke's going to come to the plate out there, back to first, and out at first base as they turn the double play to end the inning.
It's got to be checked, huh? Bang, bang play over there at first base. Nice play by Smoke, and then he gets back to cover first base.
But Showalter waiting for the word to come from the video room to see if he may want to challenge. That was bang, bang. I'm not sure there's enough to overturn that if they do challenge. And Buck is going to challenge, I think.
Well, looks like from that angle, Scope got in there.
Now they cut down the run as they get Mancini at the plate. Tom Woodring, the first base umpire who made the call, on the headsets with the crew chief Jerry Meals. Fans are reacting to the big video board in center field. They believe he's safe. But again, there has to be evidence to overturn the call on the field, that the call on the field was incorrect and the call on the field was out. And of course, once you go to New York, you really don't know what they're going to see.
Yeah, exactly. There have been a few times this year we've sat in the booth and it's come back differently.
And he is safe, so the inning continues. But they do cut down the run at the plate.
Nice turnover right there. Buck Showalter and the Orioles keep the pressure on Sanchez. The bases loaded. Yeah, nice play by Smoke to gun down the play at first. Take a look at the high hopper. His decision to go home. Yeah, gun down that run. It's right in front of him. A nice play getting back. And look how he stretches to the baseball. But Jonathan Schoop just getting in there. Keep the inning going.
But you got to like that decision by Smoke to cut down the run. Even though they didn't get the double play, they did get the lead runner. So the bases still loaded. Kim, Hardy, and Schoop third to first for Adam Jones. Pops up the first pitch. Smoke is over. And he's got it right by the tarp. Adam Jones retired and the inning ends. O's get a run, but they leave the bases loaded through 2 in Baltimore. 1-0 Birds. By PNC Bank for the Achiever in You, and by University of Maryland, University College. Turned into a lovely evening here at Camden Yards after a 29-minute rain delay at the start. Those ominous looking clouds have left, I think. So Tillman has a lead now, 1-0 O's, but the Birds left the bases loaded. And he is about to face Anthony Alford, who is making his big league debut. The Jays' third-rated prospect was called up today from AA New Hampshire. And he'll take a strike, 0-1. And a real interesting player that the Jays have developed. He was drafted in the 3rd round in 2012, but he was a college football player and a major college football player. He started his career at Southern Mississippi as a quarterback, and then he transferred to Ole Miss. And at Ole Miss, he played in the secondary on defense, and he wanted to stay in school and play football, and he did. So he would play a few minor league games here or there, and it wasn't until after the 2014 baseball season he decided baseball was his ticket, and he fouls it off. And 2015 was his first full season in the minor leagues. So drafted in 2012, and it wasn't until 2015 that he gave baseball his full attention.
Quite an athlete, obviously, to be able to play a high level in college football. But how about what he was doing in AA? At a 325 clip, over a 400 on base percentage.
It's a piece of that. Now, it's not known how long he'll be here. Kevin Pillar, the 2-game suspension last night and tonight, so he's eligible tomorrow. Tillman ahead of him 1-2. And he got him. There's a major league breaking ball slider down and away, and Alford swings through it. One away. 3 consecutive strikeouts for Tillman.
That was nasty. Take a look at Castillo's glove, down and away. What a beautiful pitch. It stayed on the plate too long. Alford thinking this has got to be a strike, and it just dive bombs. Whew. Right in front of the plate. Beautiful pitch. Well executed by Tillman. 3 strikeouts in a row.
So Mr. Alford, welcome to the big leagues. Here's Luke Neely, who was not with the Toronto team the last time the Orioles played the Jays. He was picked up on waivers on April the 6th from Tampa Bay. The Orioles have seen him with the Rays, but first time with Toronto, and he was playing at AAA Buffalo and was called up when Russell Martin went on the DL. There's a bouncer to Manny. There's the in-between hop. And 2 quick outs in the Oriole, or in the Blue Jay top of the 3rd. Here's our American League leaders, brought to you by Coons.com. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting.
You talk about a team that loves having Chris Tillman on the bump. How about that winning percentage? .719. Yeah, when Tillman's on the hill since 2016, the Orioles are 23-9. He's out there. Yeah, great year last year with the 16 wins, but there's something about the team confidence when your ace is on the hill.
Ezekiel Carrera, the leadoff hitter, his second at bat. Well, Tillman 7 pitches to get the first 2 outs in the Toronto 3rd.
Well, you like to see that, man. Pitch efficiency is the key. You can talk about the foul balls, but if you execute your pitches and you put them in the right spot, those foul balls become weak contact outs. He's executing right now. Great location with that fastball.
Tillman 73 big league wins, 73 and 48 for the O's. Herrera hit a comebacker his first at bat. He is in a 1-for-16 drought. Tillman turned it around against the Blue Jays last year, but in 2015 he really struggled against Toronto. Has never seen the pitch well when the Orioles faced the Jays, and he got the start. This is going to be a tough play. Davis to Tillman, who gets there ahead of Carrera, and back-to-back 3-up, 3-down innings for Chris Tillman. Mid-third at Camden Yards, Birds come to bat with a 1-0 lead. Orioles.com/auctions to bid on the special Mother's Day jerseys and caps worn last weekend in Kansas City. Each item has been autographed and authenticated, and all the proceeds will benefit the Orioles Charitable Foundation and the John Fetting Fund for Breast Cancer Prevention at Johns Hopkins. Bidding closes at 10 p.m. Visit Orioles.com/auctions today. And with the Orioles on the road for Mother's Day, the Orioles tonight are honoring the cause for breast cancer awareness, and they did honor Amber Shaw. There she is on the left. She's the honorary Batgirl Her winning essay was selected by Kevin Gausman, and she was the honorary Batgirl today throughout the ceremonial first pitch. So she is a battler. Courage, prevail, victory, power, battle, defy, and heroism. And that all describes her.
Absolutely. Quite a job with the first pitch. I read part of her essay, and she was just talking about how inspirational it would be to her and all the breast cancer fighters out there if she could get out to Camden Yards and throw a first pitch strike. She did.
So Sanchez back to work. He was fortunate in the second inning. The Orioles got a run, but they left the bases loaded. Falls behind Manny 2-1.
Soo Kim and his interpreter explaining how he will pick up the breaking ball, flip it out into right field for a knock off Sanchez.
Well, Manny gets ahead 3-1. Orioles have 3 hits. They all came in the second inning. Fouled off, full count. Machado, 3 hits in his last 17 at bats. He went 7 for 38 over the last 8 games coming into tonight. That's a 184 clip. So he cooled off a bit after the Orioles got back home from Boston. Right to the shortstop, Ryan Goins. And Manny's retired and 1 away in the Oriole third. Here's our Heritage Automotive Road Ahead. Heritage Automotive offering you 20 convenient locations throughout the Baltimore area. Visit us in-store or online at heritagedealers.com. Tomorrow night special time because of the Preakness 7:30 first pitch. And on Sunday 1:30 against the Jays to wrap it up. And then Minnesota comes to town. Night games on Monday and Tuesday and an early afternoon game on Wednesday.
That Minnesota team playing pretty good right now?
Sure are. Davis will take a strike. And it's outside 1-1. Now the Orioles had lost 2 in a row. They went 1-6 on that trip, and after a 15-8 April, the Birds are now 8-8 in May. So trying to get a win tonight to stay above 500 in the month. Breaking ball for a strike. That's a good pitch.
Yeah, real good pitch. Looked like it was going to head to the backstop. But the finish. A lot of rotations on that baseball to get it to bite down into the strike zone.
And the 1-2 is too tight. 2-2. Davis has 4 career home runs against Sanchez. Half of his 8 hits are homers. Little bit low. Sanchez thought he had strike 3.
Yeah, looking right into his dugout for some help.
Staring down Jerry Meals. And a full count with 1 out, nobody on. And he got him. Real good breaking ball. So Sanchez picks up his 2nd strikeout. Each time it's been Chris Davis, 2 down.
Yeah, doubling up on the breaking ball. Davis got away with 1, and I think he figured he's got to be swinging at this. Sanchez right back to the breaking ball, just falling out at the bottom of the strike zone. 80 miles an hour, getting the crusher out in front a little bit.
Sanchez last year more of a strikeout pitcher than this year, but of course that finger issue I'm sure has a lot to do with it. Here's Trumbo, who got the rally going in the 2nd. Strike at the knees on 1. The other thing about Sanchez, he's one of these reverse split pitchers. He handles left-handed batters easier than right-handed batters. Trumbo lines it foul to the club level. The left-handed hitters coming in, Mike, 214. right-handed hitters 244, 30 points higher.
Yeah, I think Sanchez changeup might show up a little bit more on the lefties. He's thrown it a couple times in this ball game. Throw it off that two-seamer so it gets a good fade action down and away.
So ahead of Trumbo 0-2. And a little chopper out in front of the plate. Sanchez gets to it. It gets Trumbo. And a bounce back inning for Aaron Sanchez. 3 up, 3 down, go the O's. We are through 3, 1-0 Birds. Is brought to you by the all-wheel drive RAV4 Toyota. What drives you? Visit buyatoyota.com for great deals. Camden Yards, the Orioles happy to be back home. They have a nice stretch here at home. 6-game homestand and a 3-game road trip, and then right back home again. Friday night, a lot of families out here at the ballpark. Good to see that. Robinson statue out there in Legends Park. And Chris Tillman, very effective early on. First 3 innings, just 1 base hit. And it's to the batter who leads off here in the 4th, Bautista. Breaking ball inside, it hit him. So Bautista is on leading off. As that breaking ball slips out of his hands, and Buck has to look like, hey, try to get out of the way.
All right. Yeah, first pitch breaking ball. You see the knuckle curve. Chris Tillman gets that pointer finger on top of the baseball, just catching the jersey.
Looked like he actually leaned into it instead of trying to get out of the way. That's something you rarely see called, where an umpire will say, no, you deliberately did that. You're not taking first base.
Right.
Kendrys Morales runner on and nobody down. First time tonight the leadoff man is on for Toronto. Morales lined out to left center field his first at bat. A nice running catch by Hyun-Soo Kim. Hyun-Soo getting a start in left field tonight. Ball 2. Morales has always had a good batting eye. Very patient hitter.
And he's always loved hitting here at Camden Yards as well. Robust .376 career batting average here at Camden Yards.
Shift is on. You see Manny over at shortstop, so Hardy comes over on the second base side. Most teams will move the third baseman over to the second base side in a shift, but because Manny is a former shortstop and certainly has the ability to play there, and he has the strongest arm on that side of the infield. Scope will tell you he has the strongest arm in the infield. But JJ, because of his versatility, the Orioles can utilize him in the shift.
Yeah, they're also versatile. You could really mix and match every one of these Oriole infielders as far as coverage. A couple years ago, Manny was the slot guy that would play shallow right field before Scope came onto the scene. His big arm. Yeah, probably the infield with the strongest arms in the game right here. It'd be impressive to see these guys cut it loose.
Well, 2 balls and a strike on Morales. Keeping Bautista close. Jose does have a couple of steals on the year. Of course, with Tillman, it's very hard to run against Chris Tillman. Bautista doesn't run, and it's fouled back.
A couple good pitches on the outside corner to Morales. A couple change ups out there. Good fastball, 90 miles an hour. Not making any mistakes on the plate. You really can't. Morales is he has made quite a living of hitting mistakes. See Chris Tillman's pitches. Just working that outer edge. Nice little group out there.
2-2 on the switcher to Morales. In the dirt, nice scoop, throw to first, and safe, as Bautista just did get back.
He is so good at this. Certainly showed everybody in spring training. Ball gets down in the dirt. He's picking and grinning. He comes up firing. Of course, Chris Davis ready for this. Nice bang bang play at first base. Bautista, the little secondary lead. Ball in the dirt. You better get back there. Bastia's coming up firing. Puts it on the money too. Perfect throw.
And we'll see if Bautista goes on a 3-2 pitch with nobody down. Morales usually makes good contact. Pretty good lead off first base. He is running, and it's outside, ball 4. So Tillman hits Bautista on the first pitch of the inning, and now a walk with nobody down. So 2 on and nobody out here in a 1-run game. Let's get a look at our PNC minor league report, brought to you by PNC for the achiever in you.
Take a look at Eric Salcido, shortstop. Actually can play some second base as well. Playing in Double-A this year. His first career grand slam last night. First by a Bay Sox player since back on June 29th, 2016. Henry Urrutia. But quite impressive offensive output by Salcido. 364 last 10 games, 317 on the year. Got the 4 home runs, but the kid can pick it as well. Versatile young infielder. Nice to see the bat picking up in Double-A.
So here's Justin Smoke, and he'll take a strike. Tillman gets ahead. Smoke flied out to left to end the first inning. Tillman would love to get a double play here. That one sailed on him, 1-1.
There are times when I'm seeing the first few starts, right, Chris Tillman, where the ball just it's way out of the strike zone, almost the non-competitive type of pitch. Either the lower half speeds up, arms trying to catch up, just can't get there. We talked about Tillman trying to get in sync, be more consistent out there. He's looked good throughout this ball game. That one's certainly not on time.
And he falls behind 2-1. Smoke 27 RBIs. So he has worked his way into that cleanup spot.
As a team, the Blue Jays not doing well at all with runners in scoring position. Smoke one leading the way, picking up 18 RBI. You guys get out there for him.
And a base hit the other way beat the shift. Bautista's going to be sent. He will score, and we are tied at 1. So the hit batsman to begin the inning comes around the score, and it's a 1-1 game. And Smoke, who was the best for the Jays with runners in scoring position, delivers again.
A pretty good piece of hitting right here, and of course the Oriole outfield has to honor the power, so they're deep. Easy send as Bautista gets on the board first for the Jays.
So Smoke picks up his team high 28th RBI, and still nobody out. Tillman had retired 8 in a row before the hit batsman here to begin the inning. Travis bounced out to Manny his first at bat. And another one that sails. Castillo's had a busy night.
Better be ready back there, especially when you get a guy out at second base. Keep him off third. Travis, the good speed. It's going to be tough to double up.
Fly ball to right field. It has some carry. Back on it is Trumbo, and that ball's off the scoreboard and in play. And the ball gets away from Trumbo, and he fires it back in. So one run will score as Morales comes in. Heading to third is Smoke, and Travis to second base. Smoke got a late jump. He wanted to see if Trumbo could catch that ball, and as a result, the Jays get only one run off that double.
And Devin Travis picking up his 15th. How about this? The elevated fastball that he stays on top of and finds the barrel. This ball is crushed off the scoreboard, and Trumbo can't quite get the handle. A little miscommunication right there. I think everybody would have stayed and bases loaded, but third base coach sees the miscommunication and sends Morales home in the second run.
So the hit batter and the walk have scored, and still nobody out. So now it's a bigger jam for Tillman. Second and third and nobody out for Ryan Goins. Goins struck out his first at bat. Outside, 1-0. So Travis, who is second in the American League in doubles overall, picks up his 15th. 13 of those doubles are in May, more than any other hitter in the month.
Yeah, he's had a sensational May. I mean, his batting average is just over 200. He's hitting over 350 in the month of May, and you mentioned all those doubles as well.
Weak ground ball past the mound. A run is going to score. Schoop has to hurry, but he gets Ryan Goins at first. There's an RBI ground out as Smoke comes in. It's 3-1 Toronto.
At least get that out. A productive out by Goins. The infield stayed back. Softly hit ground ball. Tillman getting the weak contact, but Blue Jays put a crooked number up there.
Well, the Orioles had the bases loaded with one down in the second, managed only one run. Toronto with a rally here. The first three hitters reached. That reached have all scored, and Travis is now at third, and the infield has to come in for Darwin Barney. So 3-1 Toronto. Just outside, 1-0. And Gibbons flashing signs to Luis Rivera.
And the Orioles certainly have to be ready here. The bottom of this Blue Jays lineup not been hitting very well, so he heads up for a potential squeeze right here. And Gibbons trying to keep pushing those across.
Here it is. The squeeze is on. He missed it. And they have Travis in a rundown. Manny running him towards the plate, hands it to Davis, who tags him out. So they did put the squeeze on, and Barney missed the bunt.
Boy, I don't know if Tillman recognized this, or maybe Castillo. Off they go. Squeeze is on. Nice pitch as it cuts away from Barney. He did all he could do to try to make contact. And Travis trying to sneak one in the rundown. The Orioles able to cut him down. The crusher coming in on the back end. See that pitch cutting hard away from Barney. And the Orioles executing that rundown to get the second out. Boy, that's a big one there.
Well, 2-5-3 on the caught stealing. But that's not on Travis, that's on Barney. Ball and a strike on the Toronto third baseman. That ball's hit deep to left field. Kim goes back on it, has a play, and on the warning track makes the catch. So the inning finally ends. Blue Jays strike, they pick up 3. Mid-4, 3-1 Toronto. Oriole Park. Birds take on the Yankees. That's Monday, May 29th at 1:05 in the afternoon. And all fans will receive an Orioles Memorial Day t-shirt. Great seats are available for that series that begins that day on Memorial Day, 3-game series. So for tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Nice crowd on hand on this Friday night. It is fireworks night. Fans always enjoy the post-game fireworks show. Orioles tonight beginning a 6-game homestand. Minnesota will follow Toronto. And then the Birds on the road next weekend in Houston. But that's it, a 3-game road trip. And then the Orioles come right back, beginning with that Yankees series over the Memorial Day holiday. And then the Red Sox come in for 4, and then the Pirates for 2. Ball 1 as Wellington Castillo leads off. Mancini and Kim will follow. So the Orioles finally getting in a nice run of home games. Pop foul out of play. Sanchez getting quite a few pop-ups. There have already been 3 foul pop-ups caught by the first baseman Justin Smoke. Adam Jones twice, and Castillo in his first at-bat.
Yeah, don't expect that as much off Sanchez. We talked about the ground ball percentage. That was last season. The two-seamer staying on the same plane, not getting as much dip on the bottom part of the baseball bat.
Ball and a strike. Outside corner call. I don't think Castillo would read. Sanchez a no decision last Sunday against Seattle. He went 5 innings, allowed only 1 unearned run. And last year he went 15-2 and had the best winning percentage in the major leagues at .882 with that 15-2 record. Ball 3.
Trying to get that fastball in that outside corner. Got a call for the second strike, but missed a couple times. Castillo working it full.
He was Toronto's first-round draft pick, Sanchez, back in 2010. That ball's lined to left field. That's going to fall for a base hit. Anthony Alford will play it back in. So Castillo says scorching hot. He's now 7 for 11 or 7 for 12 since coming off the DL.
The high fastball, ability to stay on top, has been hot all year long. 96 miles an hour, 3-2 count. Not only does he stay on top, he catches it out in front. Beautiful swing right there on the Oriole backstop.
So an 8-game hitting streak now for Wellington. And the Orioles down by a couple, get the leadoff man out for Mancini. Mancini hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. He was eventually gunned down at the plate on a force play on a ground ball hit by Scope. And a good eye, ball 2. Mancini in the month of May has really been consistent. He's batting .372 in the month with a couple of home runs and 10 RBIs. Swings at a pitch down and in, 2-1. And when you look at the production, Machado leads the Orioles in RBIs with 23. Mancini has 22, so he's right there.
About half the at-bats, right? A pretty impressive start to his big league career.
2 balls and a strike on Trey. And he swings through it, 2-2. 96 with the fastball.
Yeah, that's some easy cheese. Sanchez effortless out there. Tall drink of water. A lot of leverage. He gets his body right. Comes out hot. Up to 97 tonight.
Bounce foul behind Bobby Dickerson.
I'll be flashing those signs down. Oh, he is, of course, not too risky when it comes to working hit and runs or sacrifice bunts. Still a little too early in the ball game. Just the way they've been hitting home runs, why would you take a chance of running into an out?
And the 2-2 pitch is swung out and missed. He got it. They came off speed and had Mancini out in front. One away in the Oriole fourth.
Oh, that's a good breaking ball with a nasty finish right here. Staying on the plate. It looks so hittable until it just bites off the table right at the end, right in front of the plate. Get Mancini out in front. A couple of those nasty ones. The big boppers go down swinging.
Hyun-Soo Kim a base hit in the rally in the second. A little late on that swing, 0-1. 96 again. Kim has 5 hits against Sanchez. He's 5 for 14 against him. Orioles have out hit Toronto, but the Blue Jays lead at 3-1. They've had a hit batsman and a walk come around the score. Called strike.
Pretty nasty pitch right there. It's heading right toward Hyun-Soo Kim's kneecaps. The two-seamer works back 95 miles an hour. You get a little pushback. And it ends up catching about 3 inches of the white.
Well, Kim down in the count 0-2. And fights it off to stay alive. When Sanchez was drafted by the Blue Jays, he was a supplemental pick. Marcos Scudero had left the Blue Jays following the 2009 season and signed a free agent contract with Boston. And Sanchez was the supplemental pick that they earned because of that defection. And they turned it into Aaron Sanchez, who's now one of the top pitchers in the league. That was really good scouting. Kim to left field off the end of the bat. Right there is Alford. And 2 down. Sanchez among the best since breaking in full time.
Yeah, how about this list of pitchers? Clayton Kershaw, Jacob deGrom from the Mets, and there's Aaron Sanchez with that 2.87 earned run average. That is the lowest career earned run average. Quite a way to start his young career. Of course, we mentioned him with the old school being brought up. He started in the bullpen for the Blue Jays, just trying to keep his calm. He came up at like 21 years old. He could command the fastball in the zone, and it took a year or two for him to settle in, and then he became a dominant right-hander in the game. He was 7th last year in the Cy Young Award winning ballot.
Yeah, his first 2 seasons mostly in relief. He made his big league debut July 23rd of 2014. Got into 24 games that year, all out of the bullpen. And as a rookie, he pitched to an ERA that year of 1.09. And then his second season at 15, he got into 41 games and eventually made the transition to a starter. 11 starts in 2015. And last year, a full-time starter for Pete Walker, pitching coach there on the left with Marcus Stroman. And he went 15-2 last season. It's ahead of Hardy 0-2 with Castillo at first, now with 2 down. Castillo, with that base hit, extends the hitting streak. And he has 15 base hits in his now 8-game hitting streak. Modest lead off first for Wellington. And JJ takes ball 2. Yankees are in Tampa tonight. They're continuing their road trip. New York took 2 out of 3 in Kansas City. Playing in Tampa tonight. The Red Sox are out on the West Coast. So you have 4 division teams playing head to head, and the Red Sox are out west. JJ fights off a tough pitch to stay alive.
Man, he is just slinging that thing up there. Looking like one of those wiffle balls. Hard in the hands, JJ Hardy.
Sanchez in his career has averaged 7 Ks per 9 innings. But he's also averaged 7 base hits per 9 innings. Man, you're below a hit an inning as a starter. You're really doing something. 2-2 on Hardy. And he chops it straight down at the plate to get another pitch. Castillo with 2 down, off on the swing.
He took that one right out of the catcher's glove. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, 2 strikes. Trying to wait out a mistake, but he's consistently working that outside corner on Hardy. Nice job to keep this AB going.
Seventh pitch in this at bat coming. Right to the second baseman Travis. He hit it hard, but right to Devon Travis, who gets him at first, and that'll end it. Leadoff single is left stranded at first base. We are through 4. Time for a snack. 3-1 Toronto. Miles Dominion National, providing innovative, high-value dental and vision benefits to area employers and individuals. Everybody happy at the ballpark on this Friday night. A lot of groups out together, friends enjoying Oriole baseball. Between innings snacks out on the concourse. On fireworks night, a nice crowd. A brief rain delay because of storms in the area. Chris Tillman had a rough 4th inning. Hit batter, a walk, RBI single, RBI double, and an RBI groundout. There's Anthony Alford for his second big league at bat. First ball swinging, pops it foul. Davis is over, runs out of room.
Yeah, Chris Tillman really cruised through the first 3 innings. Looked good, executing his pitches, and then after that hit by pitch on the slow breaking ball, just catching the jersey of Batista, the wheels fell off a little bit. That 3-run 4th inning against Tillman. Looking to settle back in, get the offense back up there.
Alford just 22 years old at the plate. Line drive to left field. Kim is there and makes the running catch, so he denies Alford's first big league hit. And another nice running catch by Hyun-Soo.
Yeah, one of the tougher balls for outfielders. Those line drives hit right at you. Tough to create any kind of an angle. Nice play, good jump by Hyun-Soo Kim.
I mean, Kirby had him positioned perfectly. Here's Luke Maile, the catcher. Bounced out to Manny, his first at bat. Tillman 1-0. This is his 3rd start. Against the shift, there's Hardy to his left, plays the hop, straightens and throws, scooped out by Davis on the back end. Outstanding play on each end and 2 down.
Yeah, bullet off the bat of Melee and J.J. Hardy. A good first step. Makes it look so routine out there. This is a bullet one hopper. Look at the glove in great position. It's the feet set, but the low throw. And how about Davis keeping the ball inside that lead leg? There's the concentration by Hardy. Eyes right into the glove. The throw, and how about some help on the end? Thank you very much, Chris Davis. Oh yeah, Davis has been doing it all year.
So 4 pitches to get 2 outs. Ball 1 to Ezekiel Carrera. Carrera hit a comebacker and then a bounce out to the first baseman Chris Davis in the 3rd. He's playing center field tonight with Kevin Pillar serving the 2nd game of his 2-game suspension. John Gibbons without his tremendously gifted defensive center fielder Pillar. There's a strike, 2-1. Tillman 5-10 in his career against Toronto, and the 10 losses against the Blue Jays tie him for his career most. He also has 10 losses to Tampa Bay. Ground ball through the middle. There's a 2-out base hit. Well, it's now time for the unlimited baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. Well, we mentioned the Yankees continuing their road trip. They lead the Rays 2-1 in the 6th. Kobe Ellsbury 2 for 3 with a ribby. Luis Severino pitching 5 innings, just 1 run. Boston is at Oakland later. Chris Sale's on the mound trying to tie his own big league record with 10 or more strikeouts in 8 consecutive starts. And Graveman goes for Oakland. He's allowed 4+ runs in 2 of his last 3 starts after allowing 2 or fewer prior to that. A 2-out base runner, and Jose Bautista booed as he stepped up. He leaned into a breaking ball that slipped out of Tillman's hand, and it hit his shirt, his jersey, and he was awarded first base. One time I would like to see an umpire deny the hitter first base when he leans in on purpose.
Maybe, right?
I mean, that's a great move for Bautista because he got the base. I mean, good for him.
What happened in the days of Albert Bell when they would just stay in the box? I don't want to go down there. I want to hit. I don't want to.
Yeah, Albert would get very offended when he was hit by a pitch. There was that one game against the Angels where he was hit by a pitch and didn't want to leave the batter's box, and the umpire kept telling him, "No, Albert, you got to go." He goes, "No, I want to hit. I don't want to go to first. Forget about it." No, we can't forget about it. You were hit by the pitch. Over but low, ball 3.
Yeah. Some tough pitches right here, some borderline pitches that Bautista just laying off of. Pretty efficient for Chris Tillman. That 4th inning where the 3 runs got on the board, he ended up only throwing 18. How about 17.1 pitches per inning and entering the season? But how about 21.2 innings this year? So yeah, he's been laboring pretty hard. Today just under 15.
And gets the fastball in there for a strike. 3-1.
He's making some adjustments, tweaks here and there. Might just be a comfort of his 3rd start. Getting back out there, starting to settle into more of a routine.
Now it's a back 3-2. That was a real good pitch. Changed speeds on him, and he had him out in front. Dangerous pitch, that front door cutter. You know, this looks like Bautista looking for that inner 3rd, hunting the mistakes on the inside corner. Carrera's going to run on the pitch. 3-2 with 2 down. Davis holding the bag to keep him as close as he can. And the 3-2 to Bautista's foul back. So another prolonged at bat as Bautista fouls off a good pitch. He'll see a 7th pitch in this at bat.
He is making some real good pitches here for Bautista. No mistakes on the plate. He's working the edges and everything moving.
Andres Morales on deck. Herrera runs. The 3-2 is pulled deep but foul. Of course, Bautista, beginning this year, had hit the most home runs since 2010, 249. Miguel Cabrera, the Tigers, behind him at 237. And he led the American League in home runs 2010 and 2011. He has 314 career home runs overall. Herrera will run 3-2 with 2 down. And the payoff pitch, check swing, and he went too far. He's called out by Jerry Meals. Bautista doesn't like the call, doesn't argue much, and that's a big strikeout for Chris Tillman. So a 2-out base hit, a man left. Bautista down on strikes. He can't check his swing, and the Blue Jays go down in the 5th. Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 to support the American Diabetes Association. The Orioles have drawn 109 walks for a total of $5,450. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and a more active lifestyle. Good to see the youngsters at the game on this Friday night. Lots of families here. And it's good to see a lot of orange. Seems like the Orioles have been on the road for a month. Here's Jonathan Scope to lead off. Birds down by a couple. Scope walked and he bounced into a fielder's choice. A force of Mancini at the plate. Check swing and it's outside. So when Hardy homered in Detroit to end his home run drought at 95, now Scope has the home run drought. He's at 75 at-bats without a long ball. Rip but foul. Boy, tried to time that. It was all over it.
Yeah, keeps taking swings like that, he'll end that drought for sure. That Sanchez two-seam fastball's tough on the inside corner. Starts it off in the middle and it is boring hard in on the righties. Coach Scott Coolbaugh to Caleb Joseph there.
Ball 3. Jonathan has 15 hits in May, but only 2 RBIs. And there's another walk. So the leadoff hitter twice has drawn a walk, leading off an inning. And the Orioles get the tying run to the plate. Fans talk Orioles baseball with us all season. Follow Masson Orioles on Twitter for the latest O's news, giveaways, and more. That's Masson Orioles on Twitter. And also for gifts. Yeah, that's what I'm. I got to follow Masson Orioles on Twitter and check that out. And ball 1 to Adam Jones after the walk of Scope. Jonathan, by the way, just the 3rd time in his career he's had 2 walks in the same game. So, trying to show Buck Showalter I can be a leadoff hitter.
Yeah, nice.
I can get on base.
Yeah, nice to see that patience from Jonathan Scope. Hasn't been a part of his offensive repertoire in his young career.
Adam has popped foul twice to the first baseman Justin Smoke. Popped it up again. The second baseman this time, Devin Travis. So Adam is 0 for 3 on 3 infield pop-ups and 1 away.
That was a moonshot. Big league pop-up right there.
Here comes Manny for his 3rd at-bat. Manny has flied out to center field and bounced out to shortstop. He's hit the ball sharply both times. And it gets away from Maley, but not far enough for Jonathan to advance. Manny has just 2 RBIs in his last 8 games. He does have 10 for the month. Of course, he had 6 RBIs in that 4-game Boston series when he hit 3 home runs. Pop foul out of play. The count evens 1-1 on Machado.
Still trying to find some consistency, I think, with just his overall approach in the box. A lot of home runs early on, gotten him into some bad habits. Bat not staying as flat through the zone as long as we've seen it in the past.
Right center field. This one is hit pretty well, but Bautista's going to get back on it, and instead he's called off by Carrera. So Carrera, the center fielder, taking charge. He has it for the out and 2 down. And back to first goes Scope. Orioles fans, when the O's score 5 runs or more, you get 50% off regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com. Just use the promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Sanchez has done a good job with Jones and Machado. They're combined 0 for 6. And here's Chris Davis, who's 0 for 2. So 2, 3, and 4. 0 for 8 combined. The Orioles have 4 hits. Toronto has 4 hits. Grounded right to Smoke at first base, and he'll turn and step on the bag. So the leadoff walk, Scope, is left stranded just as he was in the first. We're through 5. 3-1 Blue Jays. Hero, Dr. Kayla Visvanathan, a cancer epidemiologist and a practicing medical oncologist at Johns Hopkins Medicine. Visvanathan serves as a mentor and advisor to the next generation of cancer researchers and clinicians, and is one of the researchers working with the John Fetting Fund for Breast Cancer Prevention, the recipients of the proceeds of this year's Mother's Day jersey auction. We thank Dr. Kayla Visvanathan for her dedication to preventing both breast cancer and ovarian cancer. 3-1 game. Jay's got all three in the fourth. So Tillman back to work in the sixth. When he gets one out, it'll be his longest outing of the year. He went 5 innings in his first start against the White Sox. Ball one outside to Kendrys Morales. The shift is on. Morales a switch hitter. Check swing and appeal to third. Checked in time, according to Ed Hickox.
I'd like to see that, get Morales to start expanding that outside corner. Coming relentless out there right now. Get him to go fishing.
There's a ground ball to Davis at first. And he will toss it to Tillman, who gets there ahead of Morales. And one down in the Toronto sixth. Fans, 2017 All-Star Game voting is underway at Orioles.com/voteorange. Vote 5 times for the chance to win an autographed All-Star jersey, and vote 20 times to receive a buy one get one offer for the Rangers series in July. Vote early, vote often, vote orange. Visit Orioles.com/voteorange today. Machado will get a lot of support. Jones will get a lot of support, as will Chris Davis. How about Trey Mancini on the All-Star ballot?
How about that? Yeah.
Here's Justin Smoke, who drove in the first run in that 3-run rally with an RBI single. He hit it against the shift. Smoke is now 30 years old. This is his 8th season. A little shifting on him as well. Good off-speed pitch. Tillman gets ahead 0-2. Tillman has struck out 4. He has walked a batter, and he has hit a batter, and the hit batter and the walk have scored.
And the big 12-6 breaking ball. Nice pitch, one of his better breaking balls. Located down and away.
The Blue Jays played in Atlanta last night. They had a rain delay. They arrived at their team hotel about 3:30 this morning.
So the Orioles aren't the only team that gets in late. Right?
Yeah. What helped the Orioles yesterday was a day game on the getaway day. And the 1-2 is ripped. Schoop has it. Long throw off balance. Got him! Outstanding defensive play by Jonathan Schoop.
Pretty impressive right here. But look at how deep Jonathan Schoop is. He's almost on the warning track when he makes this play. This running throw on the money. Probably had a little time to set his feet. Schoop doesn't run too hard, but pretty impressive athleticism from Jonathan Schoop. Chris Tillman liking the defense behind him.
Well, takes away a base hit. 2 outs and the base is empty for Travis. Bounces up there on a 55-foot fastball. And Tillman again efficient to get outs. 7 pitches to retire the first 2 batters here, helped out of course by Schoop on that play. Now that was interesting. You saw Tillman. He shook off Castillo 3 times, but Wellington never changed the sign. So that could be a decoy trying to make the hitter overthink.
Absolutely. Yeah, that stuff happens all the time.
Line to right field, and that's going to fall for a hit. And Travis has a 2-hit game. RBI double his last at bat. So Tillman denied another 3-up, 3-down inning. John Gibbons trying to turn this season around for Toronto. They came in 6 below 500. They were 9 below 500 at the end of April. Of course, and they began the season 1-5. Here's Ryan Goins, RBI and a ground out. He's 0 for 2. Tillman against the Blue Jays, his career ERA in his 24 starts 5.44 against Toronto, and that is his highest ERA against any division opponent. Against Toronto, Tampa Bay, the Yankees, and Boston, 5.44.
He's had some good ones and not so good ones against the Blue Jays in his career, but the fact that this is his 25th start, it is hard to go through these teams for so long. I mean, they just get so familiar with it. You try to mix things up and change how you attack the hitters. We talked about Chris Tillman needing to be efficient in this ball game. Pretty impressive to this point. 87 pitches thrown. Like to get a quick out here.
You'd like to be at 90 pitches through 6 innings, so he's right on target. Travis at first with 2 down. Travis is a stolen base threat, by the way. He's 4 out of 5. But again, Tillman is very hard to run on. It won't matter. All the way back to the screen, so Travis will take second base. And that'll be a wild pitch charge to Tillman. So now a 2-out base hit could get a run in with the speed of Devin Travis at second base. And Tillman falls behind 3-0. Goins is just trying to get a base hit. He's 0 for his last 23. He'll take a broken bat bleeder. Ball 4 and a 4-pitch walk. So he got the first 2 outs very quickly. Then a 2-out single, and now a 4-pitch walk. Alan Mills was anticipating he was about to get a phone call, so he had his hand on the phone.
Right.
And now springing into action, Stefan Crichton takes off the jacket.
You definitely have to be careful. 2 outs. You kind of expect that 3rd out to come easily.
Here's Darwin Barney, who's 0 for 2, and helped the Orioles out in the 4th on a missed squeezed attempt. He missed the bunt, and the Orioles had Travis in a rundown, and he was tagged out by Chris Davis. 5 in a row out of the strike zone, so Roger McDowell comes out for a chat.
Yeah. Slow things down a little bit, get back into that delivery that's been so efficient here. 5 straight out of the strike zone. Crichton getting loose. Doesn't take a bullpen arm long to get loose. 8 or 10 pitches.
Well, Showalter now with the 7-man bullpen. Only one left-hander with Richard Blyer out there. Miguel Castro looked pretty good in Detroit in his 2 outings. Pitched 2 innings yesterday, which actually helped the Orioles out for tonight. Everybody else got a day off.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was big. There's looking to Miguel Castro. It wasn't easy getting through there, but like Buck said, nobody crossed the plate.
The 1-0 on Barney. 1st and 2nd, 2 down. Weak ground ball to Manny. They'll go to Scope, and they get the force on the hustling Ryan Goins. That'll end the inning. Our Mazda do-ups with the Birds down by 2. Trumbo, Castillo, Mancini.
Orioles welcome back home, but a curveball gets away from Tillman, touches Batista. Bases are loaded for Devin Travis. Picks up his 13th double of the month of May. A little confusion out right center field, and Morales getting on the board for the Blue Jays. And the Blue Jays trying to add on. The squeeze, here it comes, but the Orioles ready for it, able to get Travis in the rundown and out of that inning. Blue Jays put a 3 spot up in the 4th. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save.
Mark Trumbo leads off for the Birds, down by 2. Castillo and Mancini will follow. Line drive, there's a base hit to left center field. And Alford over to cut it off, so Trumbo is on the leadoff single. He has a 2-hit game. Of course, he leads the Orioles. It's his 14th multi-hit game.
A beautiful piece of hit, and we saw him get on a high fastball. Here's a breaking ball that he recognizes, stays in the middle of the plate. And the thunder has struck right there. Trumbo swing, looking good. Look out, the damage is coming.
So that gets the tying run to the plate. Wellington Castillo. The Blue Jays, by the way, are going with an 8-man bullpen and a 3-man bench. Castillo, high fly ball, right center field. That has some carry to it. Back on it, Carrera, and that ball is gone. It carries into the bleachers. And the Orioles have tied the game at 3. Single home run, and we're back even.
Castillo seeing the ball so well since day one with the Orioles. Has been impressive with the bat. And here, sitting on a fastball, not missing it. Second home run of the year. He got behind that one. Bomb to right center.
And another $500 for our Maryland lottery contestant of the game, Joanne Pennington of Millersville. So Castillo has a 2-hit game. We're back even. Here's Mancini. Pretty good opposite field power here.
Oh yeah, first pitch fastball from Sanchez, and he is waiting on it.
Giving his feet a rest. 1-1 on the swing and the miss.
That's a new rally thing for the Orioles. Take the shoes off.
So Castillo now has an RBI in 5 consecutive games. Mancini fouls off the inside fastball. Andy Barnes getting loose, one of the 8 relievers. 6 righties and 2 lefties. And Darren O'Day now beginning to get loose. What a take. Sanchez again staring in at Jerry Meals. Castillo's second home run. His first was at Yankee Stadium, so his first here as an Oriole at Camden Yards, and there's strike 3.
Nasty breaking ball right there from Sanchez to get Mancini. A little bit of a buckler. Knees kind of wobble. That's that first out.
Strikeout number 4. He's been able to get Trey twice. Hyun-Soo Kim 1 out of 2. He singled in the second inning rally when the Orioles got a run. Line drive to center field. Carrera in on it and hangs up. And he's got it for the out. So 2 men down here in the Oriole 6th inning. Fans, Orioles single game tickets are on sale. You can reserve your seats for upcoming promotions, including a floppy hat presented by Miller Lite, the grayscale cap, an infielder's bottle stopper set, and more. For tickets, Orioles.com/tickets or 888-848-BIRD. And Castillo's 2-run home run has this game knotted at 3. It's amazing how hot he is at the moment at the plate. 8 in a row, and he's 16 for 36.
Yeah, he's really in control right now. Obviously, his strike zone, but the ability to recognize the pitches, stay within himself, and hunt the heater at the right time like he just did.
Deep left field off the bat of Hardy. Alford is back on it, and at the wall he makes the catch, banging into the wall. JJ needed a few more feet, but Castillo goes opposite field. He hits it up to the bleachers in right center field, and we are back even. We head to the 7th, tied at 3.
Game. What a pretty nice performance by the Tilly Dog. Had it going early, good fastball up and in to get going, and then the slider started to go to work. Boom, had 3 punch outs in a row. No, 4 in a row at one time in the ball game. Of course, the Orioles offense able to fight back. 6 strong innings for Chris Tillman and 3 earned runs on the board, but pitch efficient for sure. Only 91 pitches thrown in this ball game. Now it's time for the Jiffy Lube pitching change. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube stores now do brake services. Stop in and let Jiffy Lube perform a free brake inspection today. The Orioles going to pen to pull out Darren O'Day. The man from down under, side armor, 4.70 earned run average. Has a win, a couple saves on the year. 15 and a third innings of work with the 14 punch outs. Opponent sitting 232 overall. Righty's up over 300. See Darren O'Day, first batter that he faces, just 1 for 14, 0.71 batting average. Looking to retire the leadoff hitter here.
And going to his bench is John Gibbons. Here's Chris Coghlan. He'll pinch hit for the rookie Anthony Alford, who's making his major league debut tonight. Went 0 for 2. Hyun-Soo Kim made a nice running catch in his last at bat. So there's Tillman with Wade Miley. O'Day has been in just one of the Orioles' last 8 games. That was Tuesday in Detroit. And a bouncer foul. Coghlan has never faced Darren O'Day. Luke Maile on deck, and then back to the top of the lineup for Ezekiel Carrera in this tie game. Ground ball towards the middle, and a diving attempt, but it gets on past J.J. Hardy. So Coghlan on with a pinch hit, and after the Orioles tied it, Toronto gets the leadoff man on in the 7th.
Staying on the fastball away, staying hard to the middle.
O'Day on Tuesday against the Tigers pitched a scoreless inning. He faced 3 batters, retired all 3 on 15 pitches. Prior to that, he hadn't worked since May the 8th. Here's Luke Maile, the catcher. He's 0 for 2. Shows bunt. Does he offer at it? Nope. Pulled the bat back. Tom Woodring said he did.
A sweeping slider here from Darren O'Day. Oh, man, getting the bat out in front. Ooh, that is close.
Manny's ready to charge. Go to first. It looked like Maile was going to offer again.
Yeah, Manny can anticipate a little bit sooner here. Manny Machado throw one out to second base at the Kansas City series. This is that type of play where they could get a double play. The ball hit bunted hard.
Bunts at it and misses. Foul tip actually held by Castillo. Toronto has sacrificed 10 times already this year. In contrast, the Orioles have only used 2 sacrifice bunts. John Gibbons trying to get that go-ahead run to second base here in the 7th inning. Called strike. He pulled the bat back, but it hit the corner. So Maile's down on the count of ball and 2 strikes. Looking down at Luis Rivera to see if the bunt is still on.
Hoping it's not. Darren O'Day pretty tough to bunt off of. A couple sweeping sliders. He lays off the fastball that ends up almost down the heart of the plate. Just can't see him too well.
He does square and he misses. He lunged at it and missed it, so he's down on strikes. Well, the Blue Jays not very good at the plate tonight when they're trying to bunt.
Well, manager John Gibbons kind of doing whatever he can. Runners in scoring position, they scuffle along, so try to play a little small ball. Get it back on their side, but unsuccessful tonight. Just the squeeze there. 3 attempts at the bunt. Flailing.
That ball just kept moving farther and farther outside. Here's Carrera, 1 out of 3 with a single his last at bat. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Coghlan, the runner at first, does not have a stolen base on the year. Ooh, almost hit him.
Nice play by Castillo back there. Boy, boy. A couple balls just get cut loose. Tillman hold on to a couple heaters a little too long. Darren O'Day right there. Castillo showing the athleticism back there behind the plate.
Ball on a strike on Carrera. Throw to first, and he throws it past Davis. And Coghlan's going to advance. So trying to keep him close, in the throwing error on O'Day. So the bunt attempt failed, but the error gets him to second base.
Spiked that one as well. Much like that previous pitch. Back up by Jonathan Scope.
That is the Orioles' 14th throwing error on the year. They've committed only 6 fielding errors. They have 20 errors now, and 14 of the 20 are throwing errors.
And Davis has saved quite a few over there at first base.
It's frustrating for Darren. He did a good job to get Maile, who could not get down the sacrifice bunt, and then he throws it away on a pickoff attempt. Maile and Barney there each could not get down a bunt. 1-1 the count at Carrera. Runner in scoring position now for Toronto. Strike on the outside corner. I'm not sure if Carrera's upset at Jerry Meals or wondering how could he put it there.
Well, definitely Darren O'Day making the good location. I don't think Carrera liking the call. The backup or backdoor slider.
Chris Coghlan, the potential go-ahead run there. Upstairs, he doesn't chase. 2-2. For Darren O'Day, that is his first error since 2014. Buck and the Birds trying to get this homestand off to a good start. They trail 3-1. Castillo's 2-run home run has tied it. Weak ground ball to first. Davis will take it himself. And moving to third is Coghlan, but now 2 men down.
Nice pitch right there by Darren O'Day. In on the knuckles of Carrera. That second out.
Well, the booze for Jose Bautista, who comes up with the go-ahead run at third and 2 down. Bautista has singled. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the 4th and then struck out in the 5th. Those at bats against Chris Tillman. And there's a strike. Of course, O'Day and Bautista have had a long-standing rivalry. Bautista is 7 for 18 against O'Day, and 4 of the 7 are home runs. So more times than not, Bautista has the upper hand on Darren. Just off the plate outside, he wouldn't chase.
Nice try, a little front door slider to get strike 1 and then sweep 1 off that outside edge. You see those career numbers versus Darren O'Day. Pretty impressive, and there's some words in between all those numbers as well.
Coghlan at third with 2 down. We're tied 3-3. Fastball well off the plate. Bautista won't chase. I mean, he may get fooled from time to time, but he has one of the best batting eyes in the game. Came in 4th in the league in walks with 26. And 2-1 the count with a runner at third. Little bit low.
Good pitch.
Roger McDowell anxiously looking on. Now 3-1. Where his first base is open, so he can pitch around him. And he does. He walks him. So now he'll go to work on Kendrys Morales, 1st and 3rd and 2 down.
Darren will be careful here as well.
Morales 0 for 2. He's also walked, and he did score a run when he walked in the 4th inning. Toronto got all 3 runs in that 4th inning rally. And if not for the blown squeeze attempt, it could have been a bigger rally. Almost hit him. 1-0.
Darren always seems to have a plan out there on the mound. In his mind, he's had it already set up how he's going to try to go through hitters, different pitches. He is not afraid to pitch with runners on base.
Ball 2, not even close. See, this part of the Toronto lineup, very good batting eyes. I mean, Morales has only walked 10 times, but he works the count deep. He just has the ability to recognize the pitches in the zone or out of the zone, and you usually don't see him chase. Breaking ball for a strike on the outside corner.
It's a good pitch to get back into the count here. Fastball in, fastball up, and a little backdoor slider down and away.
Morales didn't like the call, so he stepped out of the box. See where O'Day is pitching him. 2 missed badly inside, but then 1 right on the corner. Ball 3 again, nearly hit him.
Jackknife, 89-mile-an-hour fastball. Almost got a piece of that jersey right there.
Justin Smoke, a hot hitter, is on deck. 3 balls and 1 strike on Kendrys Morales. Runners on the corners with 2 down. Ball 4. So O'Day, a 5-pitch walk to load the bases.
Well, I think in Darren's mind, as he analyzed this situation, he felt that he'd have a better chance against Smoke than Batista or Morales with those open bases out there. See if he can get the veteran guys to put something in play, get him reaching. He showed the patience, so like he intentionally put them on base to pitch to Smoke.
But no room for error now. There's nowhere to put Smoke. Coghlan, Bautista, and Morales 3rd to 1st for Justin Smoke, who is 2 for 8 against Darren. And it's low, ball 1. And that's the danger if you do pitch around to load the bases. If he in fact did that. There's nowhere to put the hitter. And his command here in this inning has certainly been more erratic than you usually see from Darren O'Day. And a strike at the knees, 1-1.
Good sinking fastball out there. Darren now can go to work with that backdoor slider. Waste a pitch in. Of course, up is always a weapon for Darren O'Day. That rising fastball.
There's that pitch, Mike. You called it.
Oh, good one. Real good pitch. Now O'Day in control. And just when you thought the wheels were falling off, O'Day in complete control of this at bat in this whole situation with the bases loaded. Pressure on Smoke.
Fans getting behind him, hoping for a strikeout. A 1-2 on Justin Smoke. Bases loaded, 2 down in this tie game. Rip but foul.
Oh. That was a little risky. Got away with 1. Stayed in the middle of the plate. Some damage wasn't done.
So another 1-2 pitch to Smoke. A little bit low, 2-2. He tried to hit the corner but missed.
That's a good try. Let's see what Darren O'Day is so good at is reading hitters. Smoke a little flinchy right there. Body kind of jumped at that ball down and away. Tells you he's kind of reaching on that outside corner a little bit. Really trying to protect with 2 strikes. Vulnerable to expanding.
And in the middle of the at-bat, Smoke realized his shoe was untied. Coghlan, Bautista, Morales, third to first. O'Day trying to get this final out and keep this a tie game. This will be the 6th pitch in this at-bat. You don't want to go 3-2 with the bases loaded. And that's a swing and a miss, and the ball gets away from Castillo, and a run's going to score. How about that?
Wait, I got to review that. Didn't that ball hit Smoke? Nasty slider here from Darren O'Day, and I think it caught him on the back foot. So that's going to be a yeah, that hit him on the knee. That's a dead ball right there. So what happens now?
Well, either way, if it hit him, the run will score because it forces in a run. Buck and Jerry Meals discussing it. Buck obviously saw what Mike saw, that the ball did hit Smoke. So O'Day Jerry Meals is calling Ron Culpa in. They're going to go to the headsets. Actually, he's going to call all the umpires in. So they want to discuss whatever Buck's concern was. So Day comes on, and for the moment the Blue Jays have the lead. We'll see what the umpires are discussing here. And they're going to go to the headsets. Well, the swing and the miss, Mike, but the ball does clearly hit Smoke on the back leg. Right there.
So if he struck him out, but then it's a dead ball.
Well, Buck, of course, knows the rules. So if that's the call,
done out of the inning, right?
This is a very quick review. And he's out, so the run will be taken off the board. How about that? You had it, Mike. The swing and the miss, and it hit him, so the run is denied. And the Orioles get a big break there as the run is taken off the board. So 7th inning stretch, the Hyundai Better Than Ever sales event with the best total savings on select models in Hyundai's history. It's going on now at your Hyundai dealer. So 7th inning. Break as that pitch hit Justin Smoke on the swinging strike 3, and welcome in the booth, Jim and Mike on this Friday night. And tomorrow, a big crowd expected because it's a real good giveaway tomorrow.
Absolutely. Check this out. Yeah, this is a beautiful shirt, right? The Maryland script shirt.
Maryland script, yeah. So every fan who shows up tomorrow will get this wonderful jersey as the Orioles celebrating. And if you're 15 and over and you're here tomorrow night, you get one of these.
Yeah.
And Mike Bordick already has his.
Nice.
Now, what a game here as the Orioles fell behind 3-1. Castillo ties it on the 2-run home run. And then O'Day comes in, bases loaded, a swinging strikeout. The ball gets away. But then Buck Showalter sees that it hits Smoke, so the run is taken off the board.
Yeah, well, Buck Showalter's eyes are on anything and everything in the ball game, and he is the master of the rule book. So you knew something was going to flip right there. The time Buck goes out to get a replay, you know, he's up to something. He knows. It seems like he knows a little bit more than everybody else on the field. Works out for Showalter right there. Darren O'Day gets out of a huge jam going through the heart of that order.
So the Orioles trying to get a win to open up this homestand, and they chase Aaron Sanchez, who goes 6 innings.
Yeah, Sanchez brought some pretty good stuff. This is as deep as he's gone since coming off the second stint on the disabled list. 3 earned runs on the board. Of course, that Castillo 2-run shot to get the Orioles back in it, but 6 pretty strong innings. He'll give way to Danny Barnes. A fastball slider change combination. 1.80 earned run average. Recently recalled 11 games under his belt.
He'll face Jonathan Scope. He pops it up on the first pitch. There's Justin Smoke right near Wayne Kirby. And on 1 pitch, 1 down in the Orioles 7th. Well, Danny Barnes, one of the 8 relievers in that Toronto bullpen.
First batters, that 273 batting average. 3 for 11, not good, but his overall opponent batting average very strong. Of course, a low earned run average. See Alec Asher up in the Orioles bullpen.
In the tie game, he could eat up multiple innings if need be, as Adam Jones takes low 1-0. Adam has popped up 3 times. Twice fouled the Scope at first, and then to Travis at second base. That one got a piece of Luke Maile.
Check it off a little bit. Check the jaw, make sure everything's intact.
Real good off-speed pitch. 1-2 on Adam.
Nasty changeup. Bottom falling out of that. The parachute open up and down it goes. Turns it over nicely.
Danny Barnes is an Ivy Leaguer. He attended Princeton. 35th round draft pick of Toronto back in 2010. He was after the same pitch and bounces it. Count evens 2-2. Barnes got into 12 games last year, 11 games so far, as Mike told you, this year. And his rookie status is still intact. He doesn't have enough service time. 27 years old. He's from Manhasset, New York. 2-2 with 1 down in this 3-3 game. And he got him. Another off-speed pitch, and Adam was out in front.
Good arm sell for sure. He gets away with a mistake. Change up by the eyes. See the circle change grip, and it is a beach ball coming into Adam Jones. Adam's getting just a little too big. Everything leaving that swing.
So Adam goes back to the bench. Here's Manny. Manny is hitless, 0 for 3. And it's low. Ball 2 as that one misses too far outside. Barnes 6'1", 195. Made his big league debut last August against Houston. Ball 3.
I'll take that. Lose Machado here. Got Crusher and Trumbo waiting in the wings.
And a 4-pitch walk after he got the first 2 outs on just 6 pitches. So the go-ahead run is on with 2 down in the 7th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Bunch of Kim fans on this Friday night. Chris is 0 for 3, looking to extend a hitting streak to 8 straight games. And the fastball for a strike. Blue Jays have the shift on with the infielders, yet in the outfield they're playing them to hit it the other way. You see Carrera in center field shading a bit towards the gap, and Bautista's well over towards the right center gap. And right back at him with the fastball, 0-2.
Pretty impressive fastball. Mid-90s with the heater. You've seen that nasty changeup.
Pretty good arm for a 35th round pick.
Right.
Davis fouls this one off to stay alive. The Orioles have left 6 men on. They left the bases loaded in the 2nd inning. Jays have left 7 on. They left the bases loaded here in the 7th. As the Orioles got that break on the swing and the miss and the ball hitting Justin Smoak for a dead ball. Machado runs, pitch is taken outside. He stopped, throw behind him, he got back in. Manny, I guess, didn't like his jump and he put on the brakes. That might have been a tough pitch for Maley to try to throw to second.
Almost got himself out there in no man's land. Maley had to readjust. Make that throw to first.
Manny's got a good lead. Past the cutout. And Davis goes down on strikes. So the 2-out walk does not hurt Barnes, and on we go. We'll head to the 8th. Blue Jays and O's tied at 3. Well, 3-3 game as we go to the 8th. Big crowd on hand for fireworks night tonight and to welcome the Orioles home after another 3-city road trip. But Darren O'Day's evening is done after a long 7th inning, and here's Alec Asher on to pitch in the 8th.
Alec Asher's numbers: .263 earned run average, picked up a win, 24 innings of work. Yeah, Mr. Versatile. A spot start here and there. It's hitting .247 overall. He's given up the 4 long balls, but a versatile piece for Buck Showalter. And crisscross action. He'll cut it, bring a 2-seamer back, work both sides of the plate in that type of action.
There's Devin Travis leading off. Goins and Barney will follow. Travis suddenly is a hot hitter. Asher goes right at him, 0-1. Asher's done a good job for the Orioles. He last worked on Tuesday in the extra inning game and went 2 2/3 scoreless. He got into 3 games on the road trip. Real good off-speed pitch, 1-2.
Asher mixing in a couple sliders here. Really going. Actually, that's a changeup.
Upstairs with a fastball there. He also throws a cutter. DeMarlo Hale, the bench coach, on the phone to the bullpen. There's a chase, ball 3. Joe Smith getting loose for Toronto. Orioles will have Trumbo, Castillo, and Mancini coming up in the 8th. And a bouncer foul.
Devin Travis burst onto the scene a couple years ago for the Blue Jays, and the injury bug struck, and it struck hard. He has missed a lot of time. Actually, I think the slow start to this season because some lingering shoulder problems. It seems to be pretty healthy right now. This was his 13th double of the month of May earlier in the game.
Alec Asher was picked up the last week of spring training from the Phillies. And was called up when the Orioles were in Toronto on that first road trip and began the year with Norfolk. Towards the middle, Manny may have a play, throws, and not in time. Travis hustles down the line. Well, that was a strange play. I don't know if it hit Asher or the rubber, but it popped straight up in the air.
Yeah, it looked like it caught him on the foot. And Devin Travis having a good day, staying hot. Bullet back through the middle.
It did hit his foot.
Yeah, caught that left foot. He's looking for the ball. Manny's back there barehanded, making a great play. Shoom.
Looked like it hit his cleats. It looked like it hit the bottom.
Yeah.
So a base hit for Travis, who has 3 hits now. And Buck wants to go out and make sure that his pitcher's okay. Richie Bancil's out towards the mound.
Yeah, he said it caught him on the bottom of the foot, so pretty harmless down there. Just turned the foot in time. He's looking down. He thought he might have killed it right there on the dirt.
So the Jays again get the go-ahead run on.
Yeah, once again, the bottom of the order. We've seen a squeeze down here. A couple sack bunt attempts, bottom of the order. See if John Gibbons has something up his sleeve here.
Going to throw to first to chase him back. There have not been any stolen base attempts on Asher this year. But Barney on deck can run, and Travis, certainly who's on first base, can run. Travis has stolen 4 out of 5. He doesn't go. The bunt is pop foul. I think John Gibbons may have his team out early tomorrow with bunting practice. Maley failed to sacrifice in the 7th, and Barney failed on the squeeze play in the 4th when Travis got caught in the rundown charging from 3rd.
Yeah, kind of a lost art in the game.
Oh, and 1 the count on Ryan Goins. Another bunt attempt. This one right back to the mound. There's a play at second. Out there. Back to first. Double play. They turn the double play. Asher to Hardy to Scope. Oh, can you help yourself when you field your position?
Absolutely. Nicely done. The bullet. Oh, one hopper back to Asher, so he's got all kinds of time. Throw on the money to Hardy. Hardy cleans it up. Nice little turn right there. Asher gets the feet underneath him. J.J. Hardy a little rock and roll. Oh, Jonathan Scope. Look at Scope.
Look at the stretch, Mike.
Yeah.
Hardy liked it. Way to go, Scopey. So here's Barney, who's 0 for 3. Asher made his Orioles debut in a start at Toronto on April 15th. Pitched real well in that game. 6 1/3, allowed only 1 run, but pitched to a no decision. He was sent down on May the 4th and then brought back on May the 7th. Injury replacement, so he didn't have to stay down the 10 days. Swing and a miss.
That is a nasty pitch. Good cutter, 92 miles an hour, holding a good velocity. A little tilt on that as well. Getting on top, driving it down and away.
Time he wouldn't chase. Count evens 2-2. There's his start, Mike, in Toronto on the 15th.
6 1/3, scattering the 3 hits. Yeah, he was impressive for sure. 5 punch outs, just the 1 walk.
Neal's calling time at the plate. Hop foul out of play. Barney late on the swing. Asher has 1 win with the Orioles, and he picked up that win in relief against Tampa Bay on April the 26th with an inning, even though he allowed a run. Two and 2 on Barney. Struck him out. Off speed inside, and Barney couldn't reach it. So Asher, the leadoff hit, gets the double play, and then a strikeout of Darwin Barney. Bottom of the 8th coming up in a tie game. Masson is brought to you by Ocean City. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City. Book now at ococean.com. And by Antwerpen Toyota. Get in the game this season with a new Toyota from Antwerpen Toyota. Lovely night at Camden Yards. Birds are back home. Game 1 of a 6-game homestand. And a 3-3 game. Wellington Castillo tied it with a home run in the 6th. And here's Joe Smith.
And Joe Smith, their version of Darren O'Day. This will be his 22nd appearance. 275 earned run average. 29 punch outs in 19 2/3 innings of work. This fastball up there pretty good though from the side. 89, 90 miles an hour. Fastball slider change combination. Primarily the fastball slider. First batter, 200 batting average. Bat keeping him off base. Now he's worried about keeping it in the yard. Some thunder coming up for the Orioles.
Joe Smith is in 11th season. He signed with the Jays this offseason as a free agent. Here's Trumbo to lead off. This Mark has the flair for the dramatic in this tie game. He's had a 2-hit night each time he's been on base. He scored. And a strike. Joe Smith has that hesitation before he delivers it. Broke in with the Mets, then had some good years in Cleveland, to the Angels, traded to the Cubs last year, and now in Toronto. Bouncer right back to Smith. And one down in the 8th. Our Alexis of Towson drive of the game off the bat of Wellington Castillo.
Castillo, the Orioles' hottest hitter. Hitters gets a first pitch fastball from Sanchez. A 2-run shot to right center.
Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 volume Lexus dealer for 7 straight years. Come see why at lexusoftowson.com.
And of course, that blast tied the game up.
Well, he's extended his hitting streak to 8 straight games. He now has 4 consecutive multi-hit games. He now has an RBI in 5 straight games. Bounce foul.
Home run. Castillo hit to right center. 104 miles an hour off the bat. His power, along with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, comes off hot.
Gets ahead 0-2. Brad Brock getting loose to work the 9th. Look at that, he's got the high stirrups look tonight.
New look, shaking it up a little bit.
Strike 3 called. He hit the outside corner. So 2 down here in the 8th.
Boy, that is a tough angle. Looks like it's going to be heading away, and it stays on the dish. 3 pitches, easy work right there for the second out.
Here's Mancini. Struck out twice, and he was hit by a pitch. Breaking ball for a called strike. That was the big bender. Trey has never faced Joe Smith. Check swing, they appeal. He didn't go. 1-1. Trey getting another start against a right-handed starter. Now facing one of the tough right-handed relievers in the game in Joe Smith. He's right on that, but he fouled it straight back to the press box.
Yeah. Taking his chances with that slider. He almost lost that one. Into the bullpen. Pretty healthy cut from Boom Boom.
He's going to continue seeing a steady diet of off-speed pitches and breaking pitches, but as you mentioned, Mike, if it hangs, he can attack it.
Yeah.
Fouled the other way. His last home run was May the 8th against the Nationals. That was the moonshot into the second bullpen. Check swing. No appeal. Maley wanted one, but Jerry Meals did not reciprocate. A couple of check swings go Trey's way. Just outside, ball 3. Smith wanted that one. He's turning his back now on the umpire. John Gibbons is letting the umpire know.
Gibbons wanted it as well.
That might have had the corner. I think he didn't get the call because of where Maley set up. Smith missed all the way on the other side of the plate.
Yeah, I think that's why. Maley setting up on that inside corner.
But it looked like it was a strike.
It kind of looked like it.
He says through his orange and black eyes. So Trey lives for another pitch. So he's extending Joe Smith and about to see an 8th pitch in this at bat. See if Trey could take advantage of that non-strike call. Line drive, base hit right field. Bautista was playing over towards the line, so Mancini wins the battle, and Gibbons is going to be even more angry now.
Pretty impressive job by Trey Mancini. Tough at bat all the way through. Not another chance after questionable call missed, but look at the position there. Look at the head position. Backing it up right down to the baseball. Bullet to right field.
So the go-ahead run is on, and yes, Mr. Gibbons not too happy. Here's Hyun-Soo Kim, singled in his first at bat. Strike 1. Eight-pitch at bat for Trey Mancini. He eventually earns a single. Going with the pitch. Another unusual outfield alignment for Toronto. You see Coghlan in left. He's well over towards the line, so there's a lot of room in the gap, and there's also a lot of room in the right center gap. Mancini diving back in safely.
Yeah, but the outfield backed up. They really pushed themselves deep here. Protect from extra bases.
No doubles.
Back there.
Popped him up. Center of the diamond. Travis calls off Goins, and the second baseman has it. So the 2-out single does not hurt Toronto. We head to the 9th. 3-3 game. Is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. A good one here. 3-3, each team with 7 hits. Darren O'Day escaped the bases loaded jam in the 7th, and here's Brad Brock to work the 9th.
And Brad Brock in his 21st game of the season. 8 saves on the year, but blown saves mixed in. 20 innings of work, 19 punch outs. Rough road trip for Brock. Gave up a couple home runs, 4 earned runs. Pretty good opponent. Batting average just .211. First batter, 235, 4 for 17 on the year.
So Ryan Tepera, in case the game is still tied. Osuna, the closer, if the Jays can scratch out a run and get the lead. Chris Coghlan will lead off. He pinch hit for Anthony Alford in the 7th and picked up a base hit. And Brock gets ahead of him 0-1. Brad last worked on Tuesday against the Tigers. Charged with a blown save as he allowed a home run. That was the J.D. Martinez grand slam. He inherited runners and then gave up the long ball. His last 2 appearances, he's been charged with blown saves. So trying to get a good positive inning going here and get back on track.
Nice change up right there. That'll help the confidence, keeping it down in the zone.
Then gets ahead 1-2. Doesn't chase. Tampa Bay held on to beat the Yankees, by the way, 5-4. So if the Orioles can pull out a win here, they'll be back within a half game of first place. A little bit low. And also back within 1 in the loss column. Dwight Smith is on deck to pinch hit for the catcher, Luke Maile. And the 3-2 is fouled back.
Brock cutting it loose right now. Good fastball, 97, 98 on this AB. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit. There's weather all around the Baltimore area.
And the 3-2 is a called strike 3. Coghlan was heading the first base. He thought it was low, and he's rung up by Jerry Meals.
Looks like a pretty good fastball to me. Brad Brock staying on that outside corner. He just dots it up. 98. That's a perfect pitch. Pitcher's pitch on the dish, right across the knees. Of course, presented pretty well, but that is all over the plate.
So Coghlan upset. Boy, that's a big swing there, Mike. Instead of a leadoff walk, it's a strikeout, 1 down. Perfect pitch by Brad. Here's the rookie Dwight Smith pinch hitting for Luke Maile. First ball swinging, fouls it back. Smith, a first-round pick in 2011. He's from McIntosh, Georgia. Made his big league debut on May 18th, which was yesterday. And a little bit low.
Yeah, it's pretty good numbers in the minor leagues. Close to 300 batting average. All the injuries, a lot of younger players getting some looks. This Blue Jays team.
One and one the count. And a good take. It's a fastball by him, 2-2.
Yeah, better be on time with that leg kick. Brock's going to get that heater by you. Couple change-ups. That's up 97 up at the top of the zone.
So 2-2, 1 out, nobody on. Late on the swing, but he got a piece. Smith was drafted out of high school in McIntosh, Georgia. So 2-2 the count in this tie game. It was too far off the plate, so Smith lets it go by. So back-to-back 3-2 counts. Smith was at AAA Buffalo before the call up for yesterday's game. This will be the 7th pitch in this at-bat. Ripped foul. Oh, he was right on that 97.
Got the foot down on that one.
Looks confident.
Oh, yeah, he does.
And here comes the 8th pitch. Change up, and he got him looking. From 97 to 87 on back-to-back pitches.
Yeah, Brad Brock, great confidence in the turbo change. 7 miles an hour. Hit it if you can. Pretty impressive stuff from Brad Brock.
So back-to-back Ks, 2 men down. Ezekiel Carrera, the leadoff hitter. For the O's in the bottom of the 9th, Hardy, Scope, and Jones will be up. Bounces in there, 1-0. Carrera is 1 for 5 against Brad Brock in their head-to-head matchups. Fastball by him, 1-1.
Some good life on the Brock fastball. 96 painted away.
Pop them up foul. That'll be back in the crowd. 1-2 on Carrera. Jose Bautista is looming on deck. Brock would love to end this inning right here with Carrera at the plate. So they had a ball and 2 strikes. Another foul ball.
Not making any mistakes on the plate right now. Working the edge, mixing up the pitches.
Doesn't chase, 2-2. In that Yankee game, the Yankees got 2 in the 8th to tie the game at 4, and the Tampa Bay got 1 back in the bottom of the 8th, so 1 at 5-4. And the Orioles can gain on the first place Yankees with a win here. Brock trying to get the O's up in the bottom of the 9th with a chance to walk it off. 2-2 on Ezekiel Carrera. Swept to first. There's Davis. A little underhand toss to Brock, and Brad Brock, outstanding outing. 3 up, 3 down, go Toronto. Here we go, bottom of the 9th coming up. The Birds with a chance to walk it off. Baltimore O's action, game 2 of the 3-game series with Kevin Gausman on the mound against Mike Bolsinger. Our coverage on MASN 2 begins at 7 o'clock with O's Extra presented by Southwest, then game coverage at 7:30. We've got all the access you need right here on MASN.
And take a look at tomorrow's starters. Mike Bolsinger was called up with all the injuries. 610 earned run average. Hasn't picked up a win yet. And Kevin Gausman looking to try to right the ship. Some inconsistencies to start the year for Kevin Gausman. And the Blue Jays going out to the bullpen again. Ryan Tepera into the ball game. Good arm, good cutter. Get that fastball up in the mid-90s. He's having some success here in 2017. Opponent sitting just 172 overall, controlling both the lefties and righties. But the first batters have been giving him a problem. See that 294 batting average, 5 for 17. The Orioles would love to get a first batter on here.
Michael Lohman, the one-time Oriole prospect, now back at Camden Yards. And he takes over from Maley, who was lifted for the pinch hitter. So there are no players left on the Blue Jays bench. They have a 3-man bench. Here's Hardy leading off. Ball 1. JJ RBI single back in the second. And over at the knees, 1-1. Michael Givens getting loose in case this goes extras. Two and 1. Now if JJ gets on, you have Joey Rickard available to pinch run. And Flaherty is also available on the bench. He runs well. And 2 and 1 the count. Ball 3. Pete Walker looking on. And a rough year for John Gibbons. All the injuries and the bad start. 3 and 1 on JJ Hardy. And he takes a strike on the corner, borderline pitch. O's trying to snap a 2-game losing streak. Trying to get well at home, where they've gone 13-3 to begin the season. Best home record in the majors. And he got him on a breaking ball. Wow. So Hardy got ahead 3 and 1, and Tepera comes back to get him.
A little cutter stays up middle of the plate. JJ just swinging right through it. 9 miles an hour. He'll get on the side a little bit. Cutter makes a mistake. Comes out smelling okay.
Here's Scope. Jonathan has worked a couple of walks. He has bounced into a fielder's choice and popped foul the first. You know, this would be a really good spot to break the 76 at-bats without a home run drought.
It sure would. Yeah, absolutely.
It would be with an exclamation point. Line drive right to the shortstop Goins. 2 men down.
Good pitch. Cutter down and away. Scope stays on it. Squares it up. Tough luck right there.
Here's Adam Jones, who is 0 for 4. Struck out his last at-bat. He's popped up twice to the first baseman Smoke in foul ground, and once to the second baseman Travis in fair ground. Ball 1 outside. He wouldn't chase. Another cutter. It resembles a slider. A little more velocity.
Yeah. Throws it hard. He kind of manipulate the bend of that as well.
Ball 2. He's
not very happy with his command right now, but somehow coming away with 2 outs. It's hard to work for him. Cookie time for Adam Jones.
The Orioles' first 4 hitters tonight are combined 0 for 14. And he'll take a strike on the inside corner. Ball 3. Here's a ball away from walking the winning run. Manny on deck has a lot of success against Tepera.
A good one. Oh, tilt. When it's down, you get that more of that slider action. It works down and away from Adam Jones.
Tepera, a Texan. He's from Huntsville, Texas. 3-2 on Jones. Bounce foul.
Cutter's the pitch that he can control right now. Throw it for strike, seems to be able to locate it a little bit better than that fastball.
Adam Jones about to see a 7th pitch in this at bat, trying to get on base for Machado. And now Michael Ullman will go out and talk to Tepera. Ullman was drafted by the Orioles 11th round in 2009. He's from Lakewood Ranch High School, Lakewood Ranch, which is right outside of Sarasota, where the Orioles have spring training.
He's worked hard to make it to the big leagues.
So full count on Jones, trying to get on here in this tie game in the 9th. He almost corkscrewed into the ground, but he somehow fouled it off.
Just off the end. I've seen that cutter now a few times. He's starting to get on it. Lucky it stayed on that outside corner.
So another 3-2 pitch to Adam. He set up inside. He popped it foul. That should be back in the crowd. Ullman is over just in case, and it's bouncing on top of the Orioles dugout. Not sure what Adam said, but Ullman had a big smile on his face. Don't I remember you from spring training a few years back? And the 3-2 is swung on and popped up to shallow center field. Carrera was deep. He comes charging in. He'll get there. And we are going extra innings in the opener of this homestand. Orioles go 3 up, 3 down. We head to the 10th, tied at 3. 7 base hits. With weather on the way, we're told. And here's Michael Givens to work the 10th.
Now Michael Givens pitching to a 3.32 earned run average, but has picked up 3 wins out of the Orioles bullpen. 21 2/3 innings of work with a 19 punch outs, 9 walks on the season. Opponent's hitting 220 off Givens. The lefty's just 167. He's not much better at 241, but he has given up the 3 long balls. First batter, troubles there at 278.
Givens had a tough outing on Tuesday in Detroit. He walked 3 batters and all 3 scored on that grand slam by J.D. Martinez. So he'll face Bautista, Morales, and Smoke. 3 home run threats for Toronto in the 10th. And a bouncer to short. And 1 down as the dangerous Bautista's retired.
That 1 pitch, 1 out.
Givens has given up runs in his last 2 appearances and in 3 of his last 6. There's the closer getting loose just in case Toronto gets a run that he'll be ready. Roberto Osuna. Hendrys Morales now 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. Givens gets it by him at 97, 0-1.
Nice fastball right there. All located down and away.
Paints the outside corner, 0-2.
Man, that one was in the glove. A dart right there.
See those pitches right on the corner. That's into the shift. Jonathan Scope. And 2 down. The fans, MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live Orioles baseball. You can stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Orioles home screen icons and app features as well as game day. You get live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. Old school, Mike. They're looking at your baseball card.
Yeah.
Mike Bordick joined the Orioles in 1997. Let me see what kind of a year he had. Ball 1 to Smoke. Givens gets the first 2 outs on just 4 pitches. Smoke is really locked in now. Leading Toronto in RBIs. He has 28 with his RBI single in the 4th. A little bit low. Jerry Meals really crouches over. See Toronto 2-4 in extra inning games on the year. The Orioles are 6-1. Got the green light, fouls it off.
Oh, he cut it loose there.
Morales has seen Givens only once. He's 0 for 1 against him. And there's a 2-out walk, so the go-ahead run is on. Smoke down to first, and the rain is beginning to fall. We knew something was up, and the ground crew went behind the tarp.
Yeah. That's a giveaway right there.
There's your giveaway. They're ready to pounce into action. Well, let's see. If Travis grounds out the short, Manny leads off with a home run, everybody will be happy. Except Toronto. Ball one inside.
Travis has had himself a strong month of May. And all these doubles, 3 hits tonight.
Side ball 2, and suddenly Givens has lost his command. He got the first 2 outs very easily on 4 pitches.
Veteran backstop Castillo right out there to settle him down. Back in the zone.
Go ahead run Smoke at first base. And 2-1 on the swing and the miss. Foul back. 2-2, and now we hear some thunder and the rain intensifies. It's up to Jerry Meals to stop the game. He's the crew chief behind the plate. And he struck him out. Givens gets out of it. So the 2-out walk doesn't hurt. We head to the bottom of the 10th. We're tied at 3. Cole McFadden came out and told Jerry Meals, we have to cover the field, and Jerry Meals said, okay, go ahead. So we are in our second rain delay of the night, 29 minutes before first pitch, and now here in the middle of the 10th. Jim Hunter and Mike Bordick, and a real good game. Orioles were down 3-1. Wellington Castillo with a 2-run home run, his first Camden Yards home run as an Oriole. And here we are in the 10th. The Orioles have a chance to walk it off, but they're going to have to wait a few minutes.
Yeah, nice to see Castillo obviously staying red hot, but the pitching has been outstanding. Chris Tillman with a very solid start, and the bullpen has been exceptional. Of course, Darren O'Day getting himself out of that monster jam. Brad Brock coming in, Michael Givens. Team's looking good right now. Wait out this rain delay and hope for one quick run.
Yeah, we saw something you don't see very often in that 7th inning with Darren O'Day on. Bases loaded. Justin Smoke swung at what was strike 3, and it got past Castillo. So Smoke ran to first. The runner from third came in to score. The run was put on the board. And then Buck Showalter came out and talked to Jerry Meals and said, you know, I think that hit Justin Smoke. And the rule is that on a swing, if the ball then hits the batter, it's a dead ball. So because it's a dead ball, the run was taken off the board. Very unusual.
Well, Buck Showalter's got some great eyes out there, and it's nice to see him, you know, go out there and explain himself to the umpires. Meals brings everybody together, and then they go check on replay. And wow, that ended up being a huge play for the Orioles.
So the Orioles trying to get this win, and here's the play we're talking about, Mike, in the 7th inning.
Yeah, nasty slider from Darren O'Day. And it hits Smoke on that back leg. And Buck Showalter comes right out, gets the umpires together, and boom, ended up being a huge out for the O's.
So we're going to wait out this rain delay. It is raining very hard here, so it's a good thing they got the tar pit on the field. We're going to send you now to alternate programming, and we'll be back at the bottom of the hour or sooner with a weather update or a resumption of play. Resume this game, and that youngster's hanging in. He doesn't care if it's almost midnight. He's having a great time on a Friday night. 3-3 game. Orioles can walk it off with a run. And here is Jason Grilli to come on and work the 10th for Toronto.
Yeah, Jason Grilli's had his struggles this year. A 6.75 earned run average, 15 punch outs and 13 and a third. And the veteran right-hander, 40 years old. He's given up 4 home runs, holding opponents to that 255 average. The righties, though, pretty decent at 270. Lefties at 222. First batter faced. He's had some struggles. 313 batting average, 5 for 16. And the thunder of this Orioles lineup due up this inning. Manny Machado, Davis, Trumbo.
Well, Jason Grilli, he's been around. He came in the pro ball in 1997 when he was drafted by the San Francisco Giants, so he has hung around. Let's go back to opening day. How about this for a flashback?
Yeah, Mark Trumbo, the hero of the day. It's a walk-off piece off Greeley. Yeah, Orioles celebrate. And they can do the same here in the 10th.
Well, Trumbo will bat third in this inning if it gets that far. 3 home run hitters coming up. Machado, Davis, and then Trumbo. And most of the fans that stayed have moved down to the seats near the dugouts. And here's Manny, 0 for 3, walked in the 7th. Manny has 5 home runs, 10 RBIs in the month of May. And there you see his numbers against Grilli, including a home run. Grounds crew did a great job with the field. They got that tarp on just in time. And the slider's low, 1-0. Jason Grilli is from Baldwinsville, New York. And he went to Seton Hall, first round pick of the Giants in '97, and he has been well traveled.
So he has, unfortunately, some setbacks, some injuries. Last year he was healthy the whole way through, though.
And he was right on that and fouls it straight back. Ball on a strike. But Showalter in extra innings, .562 winning percentage. The Orioles this year are 6-1. The second rain delay of the night, 58 minutes, so 2 minutes shy of an hour. Well, the slider nearly hit Chris Davis in the on-deck circle.
Pretty good slider, nice finish on that pitch.
There's Davis waiting to bat next. A lot of room in that left center gap for Machado. Michael Lohman sets up inside. And he misses inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Manny.
Really primarily fastball slider pitcher. That big gap out in left center field. Brush back fastball. Try to open up that outside corner.
Chris Coughlin in left is almost in the seats. Slice foul, back out of play. And there was about a 29-minute delay prior to first pitch, and then a 58-minute delay in mid-10th. And 2-2 on Machado. Strike 3 called at the knees. Manny thought it was low. He doesn't say anything, but he walks away dejectedly.
Pretty good fastball. I think it surprised Manny. What about that slider? Good heater right across the knees, just in the bottom of the zone.
And you see the style of Jerry Meals. That's coming right at him.
Yeah, he's down there low.
Now 1 down. Here's Chris Davis, who has had a tough night. He is hitless in 4 trips, and he has struck out 3 times. Check swing. And he went too far on the appeal.
Throwing that slider hard.
Richard Blyer getting loose to work the 11th. Gurley is the 4th reliever used by Toronto. The Orioles have already used 4. Slider in there for a strike, 0-2. Well, if you could keep it near the bottom of the strike zone the way Jerry Meals is crouching over, you're going to get a lot of those calls. Coming right into his view.
Working down is obviously where you want to be. Extra inning games, a lot of hitters looking to end it in one swing.
Strike 3 call, fastball right there. Chris Davis 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, this fastball whipping back over the middle of the plate.
So here's Trumbo, who ended opening day with that walk-off. Mark's had a good game tonight, couple of hits. His team leading 14th multi-hit game. Foul back this way.
Got away with one there. High fastball. Trumbo has been all over the high strike here lately.
Well, Trumbo has 2 hits off Jason Gurley, and they're both home runs. Right field off the end of the bat. Bautista in on it. He's not going to get there. It falls in for a base hit. Winning run is on with 2 men down.
Take that.
Right off the end of the bat, and because the Blue Jays were playing no doubles defense, it falls in. And Castillo tied this game in the 6th inning after Trumbo singled. Castillo went out to right center field.
Yeah, catching a first pitch heater on the other way. This was a moonshot. 2-run shot to tie it up.
Check swing of the slider. 1-0. Castillo with 2 hits and the 2-run homer. He's extended his hitting streak to 8 in a row, and he now has 4 consecutive multi-hit games. Fastball at the knees. Castillo thought it might have been low.
Joseph hiding under there.
Rally hat on. Real good slider there, 1-2.
Yeah, it's tight right now. Throwing it hard. This late bend. Locating well down and away.
They're having a good time at the end of the bench. Deep to left field. The O's are going to walk it off. Castillo with a 2-home run night. Wellington Castillo have a night. 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, and he walks it off in the bottom of the 10th. The O's come home and get healthy.
Wow. That was impressive. What a night. What a year Castillo's had.